Today, ladies and boys, we come together to pay our respects for Dreadnought. Well, this will be the final time we ever stream this game, as it is being shut down forever early tomorrow. So how are you guys doing? Hope you're all doing good, or all things considered. I myself am doing pretty good, I'd say. How about you? Also, let's get something music, because this is a funeral stream for this game. Let's get some sad music going. There we go. Let's play this. Hopefully we'll do the trick. I've missed you too, Winston. I've missed you too. And also, just because it takes so long for us to actually get into a match, let's just queue up a match while we chat.
Spinning up the nav beacon.
Alright, yeah, so let's see. I got some reading done over the week. I managed to finish reading Halo Retribution, and I started the next book, which I can't remember the name of. Also, Sound Alert has released an update, so that you voice chat bet right there. Bet to be right there, eh? Sorry. Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, I was worried there for a second that you were saying something that maybe there was an audio issue. Okay, I think we're good. Right, yes, so if you use the Sound Alert redeem right now, the overlay that you see on the screen, that should now be fixed. As you may know, the previous way it worked, it was very often the common case that the text wouldn't quite fit onto the overlay. It should now actually work. Oh, and your redeems are working as well, Winston. Very good, very good. Let me do a hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Just double check my alert settings that I do have it. Yep, I do have it set up correctly. Alright, so now you do a sound alert redeem. You'll notice that it should now visually no longer have the issue of the text wrapping off the edge of the sound alert, my customized sound alert icon. It was particularly, of course, quite obvious with the longer the sound alerts have the really long titles as well. It was particularly obvious on those ones. But even I've checked even with those ones that it's working now. We'll probably wrap the text or just the spacing of the text to accommodate that. I think the longest title one I have is the Megatron one. That would be the Megatron one. Also, today I am hopeful that we could do ourselves a raid on Boney Eve. Yeah, I've already pre-planned this in this sense. If she's still alive, we will be raiding Boney Eve once we get to the end of today's stream. Just because she right now is having to deal with some vet bills right now, so I want to be able to support her that way. Because she had her cat have some vet visits a la American healthcare system. Man on the inside on the hunt. On the hunt for what? Maple creamer. Ooh. Nice, 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 nice. Good. Just want to show you right here. It's the fix with the sound alerts here with my longest redeem title right here, the Megatron one. I redeem that.
Do you have any notion of the consequences of your blunder?
Yeah. There. Fit perfectly. That has really bothered me for a very long time. That they finally introduced a system that fixes that. Also, of course, because the matchmaking for this game is still ass, even in its final days, they've still not done anything to make the matchmaking any better. In Dreadnought. So we'll probably also be doing some YouTube reactionary stuff. A veteran queue should still take 7 minutes 55 seconds to get into a match. Do I sound tired? I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I mean, I may be a little on the more tired side, but I think I had sufficient nap time today to recover myself. I should be good. How about you? Oh, you may notice right here, I got a ridiculous amount of gold and credits here. That is because I actually got into the leaderboard on Dreadnought. If I bring it up on Twitter, let's get to the Dreadnought Twitter. And Dreadnought. This one? Yes, right there. I was in 4th place. Right here. On their June 15th week. Which rewarded me with a shit ton of credits and gold. So now I've got like all of my ships dripped up and all that jazz. Which is nice, I guess. Oh, there we go. Got ourselves into a match. It's just me in this match. Okay. Unsurprising, I guess. In all the playing of this game off stream that I've done, the most I've ever seen in any match for real players is I've seen 3 versus 3 players once in a match. Or a few times, I think, actually. As in like 3 real players on each team. That's the most I ever witnessed.
Prep for combat. Let's run out the guns.
Very well, welcome. How you doing? Shut down 7th of July. No, it is shut down tomorrow. Tomorrow is when it is shut down. But welcome, Farima. How are you doing? This be our funeral stream of Dreadnought. We will be just playing, basically just for the fun of it. Because anything that I haven't achieved is not something I'm going to be able to achieve within the allotted time left. So, we're just having a spot of fun.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Deploy countermeasures, aye, Captain. Ships hull down to 50%, Captain.
That it does. On these,
Countermeasures recharging.
I forget what the name of this faction is, but they always have this organic look, so I decided to go with the purple paint scheme on them for the most part for, like, cosplaying as Covenant ships.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Civilizations.
Aye, Captain. Activating. We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched. Exo-shell engaged.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Okay.
Exo-shell offline. Tagging enemy missiles.
Target locked.
Hello.
Launch
Oh,
torpedoes.
God. I've rushed by a couple of Corvettes. There's an ocean. Oh man, it's been a couple weeks since I last played this game, so I'm a little rusty.
Torpedoes locked. Launching torpedoes. Broadside.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Enemy corvette eliminated, Captain.
Vengeance learned.
Multiple impacts detected. Engaging exo-shell, Captain.
Okay, these artillery corvettes are quite annoying. Do something about them. So I may switch to artillery cruiser next.
Exo-shell offline.
Thanks for the assist.
We've taken the lead, Captain.
Locked on the target. Broadside ballistic guns locked on. Clear all broadside batteries. We got him, Captain. Enemy Dreadnought destroyed.
Captain, we're gaining ground out there.
Amplifying weapon systems.
Lock on confirmed. Broadside firing. Torpedo launched.
Aye, Captain. Reinforcing hull.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. That's it. Enemy Dreadnought is going down.
Exo-shell disengaged. We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams.
Make sure you get our good side.
Give me a tick to reboot the exo-shell. Activate countermeasures.
Right. Select ship. Let's get our artillery cruiser out. There we go.
Catapult locked on.
I really love the design of the artillery cruisers of this faction. They remind me of frigates from the UNSC in Halo.
We're locked on. Launching catapult.
We're winning, Captain. We've taken the lead, Captain.
Okay, there's the artillery cruiser.
Scratch 2 in a row.
Catapult locked.
Come down.
Firing catapult.
We're just fighting bots right now, but hopefully we'll get some decent matches tonight against real
Scratch one
players.
hostile attack cruiser.
That's the hope, of course.
We're locked on. Catapult locked on. Flechette swarm locked to target. Flechettes launched, Captain. Catapult locked on. Autoguns.
We're getting killed out here.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Enemy corvette destroyed.
Okay. Torpedo Vietnam post-mortem. I think we dealt with enough of their artillery cruisers. We can swap. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go back to the Gravis. Or more of her cosplaying as a Covenant ship. Because that's fun.
Torpedoes locked and ready, Captain. Launching torpedoes. Broadside ballistic guns locked on. Hard kill on enemy corvette.
Guess that's why you're the captain. Captain. Aye, Captain. Engaging. Full power to maneuvering thrusters.
Torpedoes need more time to reload.
Full power to maneuvering thrusters. Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Torpedo away.
Finished by
Confirmed.
that.
Enemy
Yep, there we go.
dreadnought destroyed. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station. Tagging enemy missiles. Engage exoshell. Aye, Captain.
Tank this up there. We've got a destroyer behind us. Okay.
Broadside ballistic broadside guns. Aye, Captain. Aye, clearing torpedo tube.
Exoshell deactivating. Recharging countermeasure
Calm
grid.
down.
That destroyer is scrap, Captain.
Amplifying weapons. Aye.
Broadside ballistic. Make sure you get our good side.
Attack cruiser going down. Nice shooting.
Secondary weapons, or main weapons reload.
Activating
There we
our
go.
weapons are locked on.
Oh, we got artillery cruiser shooting at us, I think. Destroyer.
Engaging exoshell.
where B-U-B. Oh, there we go. I think we're reconnected. Wi-Fi working? I think Wi-Fi is working. We good? I think we're good. Ladies and boys. There we go. Yeah, okay, good. The internet disconnected, of course. That has to happen on this day of all days. Also, where'd my Dreadnought go? The fuck? Why did my Dreadnought game shut down during that? I didn't close my game. I guess the game just shuts it down? Shuts it down entirely if you lose internet connection? Is that a thing? That's weird. That's very weird. Alright, well, of course we had to get disconnected amidst my crescendo of that match, and the music, and all that jazz. Okay, restarting the music, I guess. Or rather, it's going to be 8 minutes before we actually get into a match now. So we might as well do part of YouTube. Wait, I think. Entering game. Game, please. I'm already going to have to waste a lot of time just sitting in the queue for the game. I don't need to be waiting here just to enter the game as well. Oh, thank you for the milk. Appreciate it. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, before I forget, I should. Server recording, what? As I was about to say, I should get my coffee because I had my coffee brewing at the beginning of the stream. Alright, yeah, we're back into the game. Alright, I am going to get us into the matchmaker and grab my coffee and bit of YouTube.
Spinning up the nav beacon.
Yes, some coffee. Okay, BRB, give me a moment. Grabbing coffee. Coffee acquired. Let's see. Still ever so minutes before. So, bring up YouTube. Explained, I think. Found and Explained. I think he's got a few new videos. Found and Explained. I think we could be watching a few of these videos tonight, but also gotta have myself an idle break, so a BRB for that as well. And I have returned! Hope you all didn't miss me too much.
Thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. A nuclear-powered, unmanned, supersonic, strategic jet bomber. Sounds like pure science fiction, but not for the Soviets. This was an insane seaplane idea conceived and explored way back in the 1950s as part of the Communist Manifesto for world domination. All the best engineers of the Soviet Union joined together at the peak of aircraft development to create a dream of the atom-powered future to crush the hopes of the US military superiority.
Did I count 4 engines at the back there?
Hold on to your chair, and today we split the atom to explore the pinnacle of Soviet nuclear aviation.
Not only that, it's also a seaplane. Goddamn.
Oh, and don't forget that we have an online merch store. Every week, new items. Foundandexplained.shop. By bombarding the atom of uranium with a neutron, the atom splits and sends additional neutrons around, which in turn hit more atoms, splitting them up too, creating a chain reaction and releasing kinetic energy in the form of heat in the process. This is a simplified explanation of nuclear fission, a discovery that would change mankind forever. Control the nuclear fission and you get a perfect source of energy, and if you don't control it, you get, well, the big mushroom. Now imagine having an almost infinite source of energy on a bomber. This aircraft design was so cutting edge that the Americans would have been scrambling to keep up with it had it torn into the sky.
Very true, Wilson, very
like
true.
you could be with your own life with a Squarespace website. Just like those Soviet masterminds, Squarespace has something new called the Fluid Engine.
Maybe
Start with the best-in-class website template and
if I
customize
ever
every
feel
detail
the need to make my own
reimagined
website, I
drag-and-drop
guess I suppose
technology.
Squarespace could be a thing we could,
You don't have to
I
build
could
two sites.
explore.
Stretch your imagination online with the Fluid Engine built in and ready to go with any new Squarespace site. Plus, that's not all. Every Squarespace website can have a built-in shop to start selling right away, and you can use the campaign marketing tools to start driving the business instantly. Seriously, Squarespace is the secret weapon that I even use for my online store, foundandexplained.shop. Thanks, Squarespace. If you want to support the channel and see more videos just like this and get 10% off your first site and domain, go to squarespace.com/found. I'm excited for your success, and a special warm hug to all those who click the link helping make videos just like this. By the time the Soviets started working on nuclear-powered jet engines, the
Check how much left. Okay, 50 seconds. Our next match.
US was well ahead, having already developed actual test
Like
models
30
of said
now.
technology. The power of the atom was so temptatious and promising that both governments decided to pour a lot of money and brains into exploring this new concept. The 50s also marked the beginning of the supersonic era, and both sides of the Iron Curtain were competing in building faster and sleeker bombers to carry deadly nuclear warheads to the other side. A game of cat and mouse of catastrophic proportions. So it was in 1955 that the Messerschmitt Bureau got the order from the Soviet government to design a new prospective bomber capable of supersonic flight using nuclear.
There ourselves a match, and also 1950s drone tech. Blimey. That's ambitious. To say. Also, let's get our music going again. Ooh. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Do we have any real players? We got one other real player in our team and one real player on the enemy team. So it's 2v1 to our favor this match. I really wish we could be doing the legendary battles, or legendary captain battles, which is tier 4s and 5s, but I've tried that and it's been incredibly inconsistent on how long it takes to get into a match, but at minimum 20 minutes to get into a match in there. So unfortunately, I've only done like 1 or 2 battles, or only a few battles at the tier 4s and 5s, which is a shame because I really wanted to have a true experience of
All
tier
ships be advised.
with the
Orders
tier
are to
4s and
destroy all
5s.
enemy ships.
Because,
Good luck, captains.
I mean, they got some sick ass designs on the tier 4s and 5s. Shame just I can't actually use them.
Amplifying weapon systems.
There's the real player there.
Engage exo-shell.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Deploy countermeasures, aye, Captain.
Enemy has a lock.
We just took the upper hand.
Exo-shell disengaged. Hit us hard,
Good
Captain.
pull out.
Hang on, we're gonna recharge the grid.
Where is he at? There. He's injured. Let's finish him off.
Aye, Captain. Engaging. Aye, Captain. Reinforcing hull.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Firing on enemy missiles.
Okay.
Exoshell deactivating.
Quite do it.
Multiple
Yeah, a
impacts
lot of healing
detected.
support there.
Captain, we're gaining ground out there.
Enemy vessel.
Recharging countermeasure grid.
We've got torpedo locked. Aye, clearing torpedo tubes. Broadside.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Corvette's going down.
We've got the advantage, Captain.
Okay, where is he? Oh dear.
Thanks.
Put that down. Is there healing power? There he is.
Amplifying weapons. Aye.
Our weapons are locked on. Aye, launch torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
Broadside.
We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched.
We've taken the lead, Captain.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Exoshell deactivating. Activate countermeasures. Activated.
All hands, abandon ship.
There we
Report to
go.
emergency evacuation.
That was a bit aggressive of me.
We've got a lock. Torpedo launched. Clear the broadside guns.
Aye. Let's see him get through this. Amplifying weapons. Aye.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. That's one less destroyer to worry about. All ships, enemy contact at this location.
Exoshell offline. We're getting killed out
So
here.
he is smarter than the average man on this.
Torpedoes have
It's
solid
clear.
lock.
Managed to evade death. Well enough.
We're locked on, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Torpedo away. Broadside ballistic guns locked off. Got a bearing on the enemy ship.
Engaging exoshell, Captain.
I'm not artillery cruiser there.
Exoshell disengaged. Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station. Countermeasures activated.
Hostile contact sighted.
Countermeasures ready, Captain.
We could use some company, Captain. Lock on confirmed. Launching torpedoes. Enemy destroyer has been eliminated.
You heard the captain.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Let's harden up. Engaging exoshell.
Attack cruiser going down. Nice shooting.
Okay, Dreadnought
shell
directly in
offline.
front of me somewhere.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
We've got torpedo
There
locked,
they are.
Captain.
Negative. We're still cooling down.
Torpedo launched.
Shield activated.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
It went down. Let's tip things a little in our favor. Go with the artillery cruiser. Oh, that's a very nice skin this guy has on right here.
Catapult locked on.
Very fancy. Didn't even realize such a look was even possible.
Catapult locked. Thanks for the assist.
We just took the upper hand.
Amplifying weapons eye.
That did it. Enemy destroyer's hull is collapsing.
I think with this we should easily be able to keep ahead of the
Picking up enemy
score.
contact. Over there.
Methinks.
We're locked on. Launching catapult.
Come on.
Just down an artillery cruiser.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Launching catapult.
Some collateral with those catapult shots. Nothing.
Got an enemy contact.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know how you designate targets to your allies like that. Our ally Jägermeister has been doing an entire match, and honestly, it's a control function I've never figured out how to do. I've not noticed it in the control menu or anything.
We're taking them down, ship by ship.
Hostile contact sighted. Catapult locked on.
I'm gonna be a little bit more reckless because I want this to be an interesting match. And if I die, I die.
We're locked on. Launching catapult.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Launching catapult. Thanks. Enemy destroyer, destroyed, Captain. Enemy corvette eliminated, Captain.
Or what in tarnation? The fuck is that? I've never seen whatever the fuck that is.
Catapult locked on.
Multiple impacts detected.
Okay, I got nuked. Well, not actually nuked, because nukes are a thing in this game. But I did get hard killed. But we have such an advantage that I'm willing to do the more fun thing, and here's my Dreadnought. My not Covenant Dreadnought. Ooh, oh, okay, ally.
Hostile contact sighted.
Yeah. I know what I'm doing, Naughty.
It's like they're not even fighting back.
Solid lock. I launch torpedoes.
I go clown down.
Amplifying weapons on.
Okay. I'm gonna stay here between both of these healing zones. I should be pretty damn hard to kill.
Amplifying weapons on.
Captain, we've got a lock. Launching torpedoes. Broadside blast.
Firing up.
That did it. Hostile destroyed. Taking down a Dreadnought never gets old. Activating primary weapons, Captain.
Looking to kill down here.
Let's kill the hero, my
Dominating the
possible,
enemy,
but I
Captain.
guess so.
Let's see them hold out when they're down one tech cruiser.
Picking up enemy contact. Over there.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Reinforce.
Being hit hard. Deploying damage control team.
Okay.
On.
Locked onto target.
Where are my healing zones? Good.
I clearing torpedo tubes.
Our
bearing on the
tech
enemy ship.
cruiser has redeployed their healing beacons
Exoshell
elsewhere.
disengaged.
Why are you running?
Let's harden up. Engaging exoshell.
Hostile ship neutralized.
Enemy Dreadnought destroyed. Enemy warheads locked on our position. I launch torpedoes.
Exoshell deactivating. Tagging enemy missiles.
I call that a win.
There we go. GG's. Okay, Jägermeister on our team was top scorer. I was second, and the enemy player third. Okay, my KD ratio is 8. KD ratio of 8 is not bad at all. It's not the highest I've ever scored. I think the highest KD ratio I ever earned in a match was 24, I think. But I was being a filthy sniper for that match. Thank you for the redeem, Justin. For redeeming. We're gonna swap out the ballist, the palos. Or, let's see. Carly. And turbo, because turbo is the best mode.
Spinning up the nav beacon.
Alright, and what's that? And we go back to the YouTube.
Something so fast that even the Americans would blink and miss it. The Saturn Bureau was tasked with developing the said engines, and Tupolev had to test all the safety and weight requirements for flying a nuclear reactor aboard the aeroplane. The bar was set high, and the game was on.
Yeah, a nuclear powered drone actually kind of makes sense because at least in this era, one of the big issues as to why their attempts with the Americans and I guess the Soviets, their attempts at making a nuclear powered aircraft were always thwarted by the fact that they needed to have enough radiation shielding for the crew, which really cut into the efficiency of the plane. But if it's a drone, then they don't need much in the way of protection for radiation shielding wise.
Messerschmitt based its first design something pretty much that looks like an F-104, however there was no cockpit and the pilots would be seated in a lead capsule in the nose section and fly the plane using periscopes and cameras.
Wait, sorry, no, so this isn't a drone, it is a pilot driven, it's just they're working off of just cameras. Bit risky, but okay.
Not exactly ideal, but the only way to avoid the radiation. Another design used the M50's airframe as its base, with the pilot being seated in the tail section and the main engine and reactor in the nose. Kind of an Uno reverse of a plane. However, not only was it that this was extremely hard to operate this aircraft from the closed capsule, but the capsule itself would weigh around 30% of the total weight. Add in a nuclear reactors with engines to that number, and the actual load capacity goes down drastically. It essentially becomes a giant paperweight. Meanwhile, at Tupolev, they modified a single Tu-95 airframe, now called the Tu-95 LAL, with the suffix standing for Flying Atomic Laboratory, which had that nuclear reactor but was not used to power the engines, just to test the shielding and stability in flight. With manned options being pretty much useless at this point, Messerschmitt started thinking outside of the box and proposed something even crazier. One might ask how exactly a nuclear-powered jet engine would work. Well, if you're not familiar with jet engines themselves, let's explain the engineering behind it first. In very simple terms, air is sucked in front of the engine and then compressed, and as the air compresses, it also gains heat. Now, this compressed air is mixed in with fuel and combusted. It's then pushed through the turbine, which uses its energy to power the compressor and blast out the back of the engine. Simple. Now, what if we use something else to heat the compressed air before pushing it out? Something like a nuclear reactor. The Soviets developed two variants of this engine. The first one would house the reactor separately from the turbine shaft, and the other one would have a shaft placed in the axes of the reactor. They quickly gave up on the first concept because it would take up so much more space than the second. And unlike the Americans, who tried to develop a variant which would not blast out the aerated air behind the jet, the Soviets didn't really care much about the countryside. So don't
No, of course they didn't.
About this one. Anyways, this was just the tip of the iceberg regarding the problems that needed to be solved. With manned options being pretty much useless at this point, Messagev started to think outside the box and propose something even crazier.
Okay, so this one is the drone. Okay, design being discussed as earlier was previous iterations.
Was internally called Project 60 in the Bureau, and hence why the final design got the
Project 60.
M60M. And boy, was this a nuts jet. First, the Soviets removed the pilots. The M60M would have been an unmanned aircraft, or a drone if you prefer. By dropping the pilots, you would also drop some 10 to 20 tons of lead shielding around the cockpit from the aircraft and make room for more ordnance. The aircraft would then be fitted with weapons bays carrying nuclear bombs or even missiles with nuclear warheads. The range was also increased from a planned 15,000 kilometers to 25,000 kilometers. The drag was reduced significantly with the new design, and it was fitted with 4 engines.
25,000.
Insane power.
What's the circumference of the Earth? I know the diameter of the Earth is 12,000. Circumference would be... How do you calculate circumference? It's diameter times pi, right? Am I wrong on that? I can't remember my math. But yeah, I know the diameter is around 12,000 kilometers, so I'd just gander that the Earth's circumference ought to be like 30 then, roughly speaking, which would give this drone range to pretty much strike fucking anything and everything in the world.
And it is
At 25,000 range.
of over Mach 3. Then there was also another issue. Any airfields where these aircrafts were based were potentially Chernobyls waiting to happen, because if anything went wrong at any moment during takeoff and landing, then you have 4 nuclear reactors melting down in your yard. But that's exactly why the M60M would be a seaplane fitted with retractable skis for landing and reducing the risk
okay,
of
that makes sense.
land-based disaster. However, one event happened in 1957 that made this whole fever dream of a project simply obsolete. With the first successful flight of the R-7 rocket and further development of ICBMs, supersonic bombers, be it standard or nuclear powered, was simply not interesting. Why send a pilot on a risky mission in a multi-million-dollar jet if you can just launch a ballistic missile instead? You don't even care if the delivery vehicle survives the trip. And don't get me started on all the ways something could go wrong with an unmanned flying nuclear bomber in the 1950s with Soviet tech. Not to be disheartened, Tupolev tried making his own proposal of a plane called the Tu-119, which was to be powered by 4 nuclear-powered turboprop engines. And even though the Tu-95 LAL had over 30 successful flights, the 119 was never built. Antonov tried experimenting with anti-submarine aircraft, which was nuclear-powered, and even made a flying laboratory based on the modified AN-22 airframe. However, by the late 1960s, all the projects were abandoned and the idea of a nuclear-powered aircraft was dead. The Americans tried with their Project Pluto, a nuclear ramjet engine for SLAM missiles, and there was even information about a nuclear-powered drone like the Global Hawk that could stay up in the air for months at a time, while Russia is said to be experimenting with similar concepts even today. Let me know if you would like a video on Project Pluto or any other nuclear-powered project. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next video.
You know, I had an interesting thought yesterday when we got ourselves into MASH. Alright, perfect timing. What are the laws regarding setting off a nuke in the middle of the sea? Outside, well within what is considered international waters. What are the laws regarding that? Can a country just simply nuke a place in the middle of the ocean? See, what I was thinking was, there was that instance of that, of the Russian submarine that sunk. I can't remember the details, but I know it's where the where the US coined the term cannot confirm nor deny X involvement in X event. They coined the term with the
All ships be advised. Orders are to
diving
destroy
on that
all enemy
Russian
ships.
submarine.
Good luck, captains.
which revealed a lot of national secrets about Russian submarines. So I had the thought, what if Russia just, after losing the submarine, and in order to prevent its secrets on board from being captured by the US diving on the sub, could the Soviets have just simply nuked the wreck? I mean, it would effectively...
Target locked. Block torpedo away.
Aye, Captain. Engaging. Exo-shell engaged. Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Enemy warhead
I mean, it would be
blast
effective
on
at disguising anything that's still in the wreck.
Negative. We're still cooling down. Exo-shell disengaged.
Broadside firing. That did it. Hostile destroyed. Hostile Dreadnought is no more.
The Vela incident. Is that what it is called? The Vela incident?
Countermeasures ready, Captain. Amplifying weapons, aye.
We just took the upper hand.
Solid lock.
Let's hard
Aye. Launch torpedoes. That's one less destroyer to worry about. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Exo-shell disengaged. Laser defense is engaging enemy missiles.
Enemy warhead blast in our position.
Engaging X.
Launching torpedoes.
Countermeasures recharging. Exo-shell deactivating.
Understood.
Multiple impacts detected. Can't do it. Exo-shell still cycling. Aye. Let's see him get through this.
Torpedo launched.
Got him. Got him again.
Exo-shell deactivating.
Attack cruiser going down. Nice shooting.
Clearing broadside guns.
Ship is damaged, Captain. Aye. Let's see him get through this.
Torpedo away. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Exo-shell offline. Tagging enemy missiles.
Hello. Hello. Corvettes.
Broadside plasma guns locked on enemy
Oh, down.
vessel.
Countermeasures ready, Captain.
Enemy warheads
this
locked
way.
on our position.
Don't see him.
Engage exo-shell, aye, Captain.
Enemy has a
Here.
lock.
Yes.
Torpedo launched. Broadside blast. Clear all broadside batteries. Thank you.
Exo-shell deactivating.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Captain. Exo shell engaged.
Sniper on us.
We got him, Captain.
Thanks.
Exo shell disengaged.
Oh, we don't have any music running. My bad. Music going again. There we go.
We've got a lock. Aye, launch torpedoes. Thanks, Captain. Enemy warheads locked on our position. Broadside batteries, fire.
Activate countermeasures. Aye, Captain. Activating.
Aye, clearing torpedo tubes.
Recharging defenses.
Broadside ballistic enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Clear the broadside guns.
Amplifying weapons. Aye. We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched.
Hello. Good sir.
Exo shell offline. Give me a tick to reboot the exo shell. Critical
Ah,
system
okay.
failure across the board.
He won that time. Also, I think that's my first death this match. Hello again, let's get a little started, shall we? No good, sir.
Amplifying weapons. Aye.
We're locked on, Captain. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Countermeasures activated.
Broadside ballistic major.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station. Let's recharging laser countermeasures.
Broadside guns firing. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We're completely dominating the enemy, Captain.
Exo shell offline.
That did it. Enemy hull collapsing.
Shield activated.
Here we go.
Amplifying weapons. Aye.
Managed to survive the missile barrage afterwards. There he is. I don't want to grief him too much. I almost feel like I'm griefing him. So we're going to leave him alone for a little bit unless he attacks us.
Amplifying weapons. Aye.
Our weapons are locked on. Torpedo away. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Incoming. Activate countermeasure grid.
That's enough. This is exciting. That is high octane action.
Countermeasures ready, Captain.
Broadside ballistic guns locked on.
Multiple impacts detected.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Launching torpedoes.
Exo shell engaged. Exoshell disengaged.
Thanks for the assist.
Where'd that Dreadnought go? It just jumped right there. Maybe he was destroyed during the jump.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Lock on confirmed.
Kill the healer.
Aye. Launch torpedoes.
Engaging.
Hostile attack cruiser going down.
Down.
Broadside
Also,
ballistic
artillery
broadside
cruiser.
guns. Aye,
Get you as
Captain.
well.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Thanks.
Got him.
Countermeasures. We're getting killed out here. Exoshell deactivating.
Managed to pull that off without dying.
Activating primary weapons, Captain.
Countermeasures recharging.
Torpedoes locked on. Aye. Clearing torpedo tubes.
Wait, what? I didn't even notice I was taking damage. Oops. I don't actually have a sword with me. I'll have to swap that out. For Nick's match.
Aye, Captain. Firing on enemy missiles. Amplifying weapon systems.
Torpedo lock.
We're completely dominating the enemy, Captain.
Yeah, we are.
Going down.
Countermeasures ready, Captain.
We're locked on, Captain. Launching torpedoes. Broadside batteries, fire. Confirmed. Enemy attack cruiser destroyed. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Aye. Let's see him get through this. Amplifying weapons, aye.
Thanks, Captain.
Jumped right there and immediately died. Okay.
Exoshell disengaged.
Activating primary weapons, Captain.
We'll go after this stealthy boy. Let's fuck artillery cruisers. This is what we deserve.
Lock on confirmed. Hostile artillery cruiser is going down.
We're gonna have another 1v1, good sir.
Torpedo away. Broadside. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Reinforcing hull. Deploy countermeasures, aye, Captain.
Where'd he go?
Exoshell offline.
There he is.
Recharging countermeasure grid.
Target locked. Launching torpedoes. Broadside plasma.
Firing up. Engaging exoshell, Captain. Exoshell deactivating.
Yes. Dreadnought eliminated. Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain.
Heavy damage across multiple systems, Captain.
Enemy
You don't,
warheads
good
locked
sir.
on our position. Torpedoes have solid lock.
And you do
Broad
not.
torpedo away. Broadside firing.
Aye.
Corvette's going down.
Our ally has been avenged.
Exoshell laser countermeasures.
Working off to repair. But yeah, 94 to 60 points. We definitely have the Victorian Zerag. It'll be a little bad for the enemy player. Alright, we're gonna let him win this next duel.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Ships hold down
Purposely
to
aim
50%,
for it and
Captain.
just let him
Target locked.
get the W on us.
Incoming. Activate countermeasure grid.
The ship's falling to pieces. We
There
can't
we go.
hold it together.
There we go. That's a bit of justice towards him. As you see, I'm a generous player.
That's it. We won.
There we go. That's the GG. GG. Yeah. He did not do well, did he? Not even in the top 3. This is not me, like, trying to disarm him, and it's just... This being the last day, I want everyone to have a good experience in their last day, right? To some degree. But he only got a KD ratio of 1.5, 9 kills to 6 deaths. I think 4 or 5 of those deaths were me. I bet under any other IP this game would be crazy, but yeah, if this was like designed to actually be like a Halo game or a Star Wars or Halo would certainly do the trick. Though with Halo you would have to be a little more careful on making sure things are lore accurate, because in lore accuracy Covenant ships are far more powerful, and that would bring forth a whole load of balance challenges. So a better IP where ships would be more reasonably balanced against each other would be Star Wars. And with Star Wars you could actually do some interesting things, like pitting various different factions that never fought before up against each other. Like, for example, you would be able to have CIS versus Imperial ships happening, for example. Well, it wouldn't exactly be faction-based, it's just whichever ships the player happens to pick, but players would be picking ships that would end up having CIS versus Imperial ships facing off against each other, among many other different possible combinations. Yeah, we're at manage fleet. Let's get rid of fleet and get I want to play with the Dula next. To EDM, and there we go. 8 minutes until the next match. Back to does Mustard have any new videos? Mustard. Yes, he does have a couple new videos.
In 1981, these are the fastest trains in the world. But French engineers want to see just how fast they can go. Reaching 380 kilometers an hour, the TGV smashes.
Okay,
past
that
the
was
world
a
record
really
that's
cool
held for
shot
over
there, having the
25
plane
years.
fly alongside the
French has
train.
something to prove, because 40 years ago, amid controversy and doubt, this train took on the plane and won. Only a few decades earlier, it seemed that trains had reached their limit. In experimental runs, railway engineers had pushed them to incredible speeds. But in actual service, trains around the world weren't anywhere near as fast, nor were they getting any faster. In the 1950s, they ran at about the same speeds as they did in the 1930s. The problem was, engineering a faster locomotive would only get you so far. With many rail lines having been built a half-century earlier, they had sharp curves, steep grades to climb, and outdated signaling that just couldn't handle higher speeds. Getting trains to go faster would mean having to rebuild the tracks they ran on, which was not only expensive, many were convinced it was pointless. Because the 1960s was the dawn of the jet age. Air travel offered unparalleled speed, while the automobile promised unmatched freedom and convenience. The train was no match for either. Around the world, billions were spent building new superhighways. Short-haul air routes were growing in popularity, and just around the corner, new technologies and radical transport solutions promised to reshape travel entirely. Many saw trains as an antiquated 19th century technology. But halfway around the world, the Japanese were about to change everything. When everyone else had given up on railways, the Japanese had just completed one of the most ambitious rail projects of the century. Building more than 500 kilometers of near perfectly straight track, tunneling through mountains, and constructing over 1,000 bridges. The Japanese called it the Shinkansen, and when it opened in 1964, the trains on this new railway ran at over 200 kilometers per hour, faster than anywhere in the world. The Shinkansen was a new kind of railway, one reserved exclusively for high-speed trains. Taking the most direct route possible, it cut the travel time between Japan's two largest cities in half. But it wasn't just its speed that was impressive, it was the scale. The Shinkansen could move a huge volume of people. A single train carried nearly 1,000 passengers, and over 120 trains ran every single day, one every 15 minutes. In just the first 3 years, the Shinkansen moved more than 100 million passengers, and two cities located nearly 500 kilometers apart were seemingly pulled closer together. But as the world looked on in admiration, railway engineers in France were dismayed. The French were no strangers to getting their trains to go fast. Only a few years earlier, French engineers had set a remarkable train speed record, putting themselves at the forefront of railway technology. In areas of acceleration, braking, and electric pickup at high speeds, they were world leaders. But none of that seemed to matter, because the top brass running France's railways, the SNCF, lacked vision. Facing record deficits, they were obsessed with short-term fixes, cutting costs, reducing service, and closing down.
Got our next match. That's quick. Yeah, there's only 4 minutes in the video. It's half the time we typically expect from the matchmaker. Continue the video after, of course. Oh, we got 3 players on our team. And Selanos, who we decimated last match, is now on our team. Alright. Get out the door, which I wanted to play with it. And on the enemy team, we have 3 players as well. So it's a 3v3 match. Nice. Hoping to get at least one 3v3 match or better. Alright.
Enemy contacts on
On the
Raven.
last day.
All hands to action stations.
Something about this paint scheme just makes me think of Space Pirate Captain Harlock. And his ship, the Arcadia.
Missiles locked on target.
Hello.
Fire missiles, aye, Captain. Reloading silos. Thanks.
Oh, he's down.
The upper hand.
That's an interesting username.
Torpedoes have solid torpedoes.
That's a real
launched.
gamer username right there.
Hostile ship neutralized.
Hostile going down. We've got torpedo lock, Captain. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Missiles have a lock. Call the ship.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams. Activated.
Launching missiles. Autoguns fired up. Thank you. Missiles reloading, Captain. Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain. Got to reload. Stand by. We're locked on, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Our weapons are locked on.
Weapon amplifier drained, Captain.
All silos reloading, Captain. Thanks, Captain.
Down, down.
Enemy has a lock. Enemy has a lock. Enemy warheads locked on our position. Missiles locked on target. Missiles away.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
We're locked on, Captain. Autoguns fired up. All silos reloading, Captain.
We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched. Weapon amplifier drained, Captain.
Oh, that player with the interesting gamer username
Reloading
is complaining
autoguns.
about the fact that it is turbo game mode.
We have weapon lock. Let him loose. Reloading silos.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Torpedoes locked and ready. Corvettes going down.
Weapon amplifiers offline.
Thanks for the assist. Solid lock. We have weapon lock. Torpedo away. Scratch one enemy corvette. Captain, we've got a lock. Activating primary weapons, Captain.
Who's our next target?
Missiles have firing solution, Captain.
There's a lot, I guess.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Torpedo locked confirmed. That destroyer is scrap, Captain.
Someone's taking pot shots at me.
We've got a lock. Solid lock. Aye, clearing torpedo tubes. We're locked on, Captain. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. All silos launch missiles. Autoguns missile silos reloading, Captain.
Amplifying weapon system. Multiple impacts detected.
All hands, abandon ship. Report to emergency evacuation.
Pepperoni to me. There's a tad very aggressive there.
Missiles locked and ready to fire, Captain. Let him loose. Torpedo launched. Reloading missile silos. Autoguns fired up.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station. Shield activated.
Got to reload. Stand by. Artillery cruiser destroy. Lock on confirmed. We've got a lock. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Launching torpedoes. Missiles away.
Activated. Weapon amplifier drained, Captain.
Activate all silos reloading, Captain.
Let's see them hold out when they're down one tech cruiser.
They've hit us hard, Captain.
Autoguns fired up. Target locked. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Okay, got locked up with the artillery cruiser.
Our weapons are locked on. Fire missiles, aye, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Missiles reloading, Captain. Lock on confirmed. That got him. We got him, Captain. Enemy Dreadnought destroyed. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Overstay my welcome.
All silos launch missiles. Missile silos reloading, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
We're completely dominating the enemy, Captain.
Amplifying weapon systems.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Launching torpedoes. Autoguns fired up. Enemy has a lock.
Ships hull down to 50%, Captain.
Heal a bit.
Thanks for the assist. Captain, we've got a lock. Torpedoes locked and ready, Captain. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Amplifying weapon system.
Torpedo launched. Scratch location of an enemy. We got him, Captain. Enemy Dreadnought destroyed.
Activated.
All silos launch missiles. Reloading missile silos. We have weapon lock. I launch torpedoes. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Autoguns fired up.
Critical systems going dark. We're losing her.
We gamer username, and I managed to kill each other at the same time. Mutual death.
Our weapons are locked on.
Go after that Dreadnought.
We've got a lock. Torpedoes have solid.
Amplifying weapons, aye. Weapon amplify. Hit us hard, Captain.
Launching torpedoes.
Hull integrity's collapsing.
Ah, you got
Abandon
me.
ship.
But he died anyways. Got long enough for me allies to finish him off.
We have weapon lock. Missiles away. Reloading silo. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Thanks for the assist. Target locked. Enemy has a lock.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Torpedo away. Fire missiles, aye, Captain. Autoguns fired up.
Weapon amplifier drained, Captain.
All silos reloading, Captain.
They've hit us hard, Captain.
Yes. Dreadnought eliminated.
Shield activated.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Reloading autoguns. Activating primary weapons, Captain. Thanks, Captain. Captain, we've got a lock. Missiles away. Locked onto target. Missiles reloading, Captain. Aye, clearing torpedo tubes. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Enemy corvette eliminated, Captain.
Goes after me.
Shield activated.
We've got this battle in the bag. Let's finish him.
We have missile lock.
Yes, I agree with that statement. It is finished him. Thank you for the team, Susan.
Autoguns fired up. Lock on confirmed. Torpedoes need more time to reload.
Amplifying weapon systems.
Enemy warheads locked. Miss I. Launch torpedoes.
We've lost weapon amplifier.
Reloading autoguns.
All hands, abandon ship. Report to emergency evacuation.
Skirmish Scholars out there. Ready.
Captain, we've got a lock. Launching missiles. Our weapons are locked on. Aye, clearing torpedo tubes. Reloading missiles.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams.
Taking down a dreadnought never gets old. Thanks, Captain. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Main power just went down.
Got
Hull is
sniped.
collapsing.
thank you for the raid, Raiders. Welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're all doing swellingly. Tell me, Saint Bones, what did y'all get up to on your stream?
Locked onto target.
We are here today performing a funeral for the game Dreadnought, because this game is being shut down forever
Torpedoes
tomorrow.
locked on. Launching torpedoes. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
So we
Solid
are.
lock.
This is the last ever stream of Dreadnought anyone will ever be able to see. Well, unless somebody streams tomorrow morning, but that's unlikely.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Played Spider-Man. Ah, I see. The new, that
Target
new
locked.
Spider-Man game, I presume to it.
Enemy forces are falling back.
There we go. Victory. Oh yes, now that I've got the match over, let's do a shout out to good old St. Bones. Out. Bones of the Satanic Variety. There we go. So yes, thank you so very much for the raid again. I do be doing good, St. Bones. I do be doing good. Raiders, how are you doing today? Did St. Bones treat you well in your stream? Viewers of St. Bones, did St. Bones treat you well? You better have.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife.
You pissed on your wife? Goddamn. Just notice here. It's not refreshing the contracts. Which makes sense because the game will be shut down by the time the contract would be refreshed. Because the game is being shut down tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST time, and the contract refresh would be happening at 8, so visual indication right here of the shutdown happening. Right here. Give you a half a muffin. That's pretty good, actually. Is he a hero? Just pausing that just because we're about to do a little bit more YouTube. Yeah, so Raiders, the one big negative of this game right now is currently, because the player base is so tiny, it's a very long matchmaking queue. So while we're waiting for us to get ourselves into a match, we're doing a little bit of YouTube watching.
On rail lines. But the opening of the Shinkansen sparked a profound shift in thinking. Up until then, the fastest trains in France had almost always been luxurious trains, scheduled to run maybe once or twice a day, with all first-class seating and expensive fares. But the Japanese had shown how speed and frequency were commodities that could be sold to an eager public. And that got them thinking. In the preceding years, French domestic air travel had exploded.
Got me in his house too, so he tossed it along to get
only expected to
out of your
continue.
house. I see.
But the irony was that an
Or at least you got something to
time
eat.
flying to a destination was actually spent on the ground, stuck on congested roads or in crowded airports. Turns out, going faster didn't always
Today,
mean
of
saving
course, is a
time.
fasting day for me, or at least it's
SNCF could use
supposed to
that
be,
their
but I
advantage.
actually did eat a fair bit today
At
because
distances of up to 1,000
yesterday I wasn't
kilometers,
feeling
a
good, so
high-speed
I
train
kind of had
scheduled
to
to run frequently
move my
could go
meals to
head-to-head
today.
with the airplane. And if it was made affordable, it could win back
I'm better now,
passengers.
by the way.
Within months, SNCF went on the offensive with a bold plan for high-speed point-to-point connections between major cities. But where the Japanese had spent enormous sums building an entirely new rail network, right down to all new stations, that wasn't going to work for the French. SNCF would have to keep costs down, utilizing as much of their existing network as possible. Instead, they'd focus their efforts on developing a new kind of train, experimenting with locomotives powered by gas turbines taken straight from military helicopters. Using aircraft technology had a few key advantages. Gas turbines were light and powerful, and they would allow trains to run on steeper grades, so tracks could be built with fewer tunnels and bridges. And kerosene-fueled gas turbines would eliminate the need to build expensive overhead lines. And the French were prepared to take it a step further than the Japanese, aiming for dramatically higher speeds. In 1972, SNCF unveiled the TGV-001, an experimental train with cutting-edge technologies and a top speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. This was a train designed to sell high-speed rail to a skeptical public. World-renowned designer Jacques Couper was hired to design a train that didn't look like a train. Taking inspiration from his earlier work on sports cars, Couper gave the TGV bold, sleek lines that were undeniably cool. Gone were the opulent rail cars of earlier French express trains, replaced with modern aircraft-like cabins. Gas turbines produced an impressive 5,000 horsepower and powered electric motors that drove each of the train's wheels. Articulated bogies reduced weight, improved stability, and offered a smooth, quieter ride. In testing, the prototype racked up over 500,000 kilometers and accelerated beyond 300 kilometers per hour more than 175 times. Just about anyone with political sway was invited to ride the train of the future and hear SNCF's vision for high-speed rail. With proven technology, the French were on the verge of putting the world's fastest train into service. But many leaders wanted nothing to do
I knew
with the
there was a
TGV.
bot.
There were fears that it would be a Concorde on rails, another massively expensive vanity project without hope of ever turning a profit. Others dismissed it as benefiting the wealthy, with new lines skipping past smaller cities to serve the Paris elite. And there were still competing visions for the future of French transport. The Aerotrain, a radical tracked hovercraft that ran on an elevated concrete guideway, was also making headlines. With a promised speed of over 400 kilometers an hour, it stole some of the TGV's thunder and gained considerable support. Meanwhile, the Civil Aviation Administration pushed for the development of airliners capable of short takeoff and landings, and even the construction of compact runways right in the center of Paris. Support for the TGV wasn't anywhere near what the SNCF hoped for, and things would only get worse. In 1973, the price of oil began to skyrocket, rising nearly 300% in a single year. Oil exporting nations in the Middle East had imposed an embargo on the West, sending shockwaves throughout the global economy and causing widespread fuel shortages. France was among the worst hit, where almost 3/4 of the country's energy needs depended on imported oil. After years of development, SNCF found itself having gone all in on fuel-thirsty gas turbines right as the era of cheap oil was ending. But for the TGV, the energy crisis turned out to be a blessing in
That's very unlucky.
In 1974, the French Prime Minister launched an ambitious plan to meet the country's energy.
Okay, I'm going to gander something back there going on nuclear here. They did mention the fact that the actual engines of this train were electric, as simply being power generated by the turbine. So my guess of where this is going to go is that they're going to install power lines, which earlier in the video they said was going to be massively expensive, but now that shit's hit the fan anyways, might as well go all in on the expense, right? Maybe that's how they save this project.
Energy needs with nuclear power, pledging to build over 150 nuclear plants under the slogan, "In France, we do not have oil, but we have ideas." For SNCF, the decision was a game changer. They began working on an electric version of the TGV. Switching from
yes,
gas turbine to electric traction was a huge undertaking, calling for the development of new pantographs, suspension, and braking systems. But French railway engineers, who had a history of pushing electric locomotives to their limits, managed to complete the modifications in just 2 years. And the switch from
That's
gas
impressive.
to electric would soon
Just
pay
2
off
years.
in a big way. Cars, airliners, and aerotrains depended on imported oil, while the TGV could run on French nuclear energy. The optics were powerful, but the energy crisis also forced leaders to prioritize public transport. And by March 1976, the necessary approvals were in place for the construction of a new line connecting France's 2 largest cities. And it would largely be paid for with private capital, not government subsidies. Soon, large swaths of countryside bore witness to a massive construction project, the first major Western European rail line in nearly half a century. With a sleek new look for the 1980s,
Not
the
yet, Winston.
TGV was set to debut as the fastest train in the world. But just months before opening in 1981, French railway engineers would do what they did best: find out just how fast they could go. In a highly publicized event, they pushed the TGV well beyond its initial operating speed, all the way up to 380 kilometers per hour, smashing the world record they had set decades earlier. But while the 1955 record had pushed railway technology to its literal breaking point, 380 kilometers per hour was achieved with the very same train that would soon go into service.
Match started. Oh, the Valkyrie. We haven't played with the Valkyrie yet. Let's see. Any other real players this match? There's one real player on the enemy team. Von Klausenberg. I'm worried about the legality on that, Winston. Because of course these content creators rely on putting this stuff on Curiosity or Nebula or the exclusivity of it that presents. And the only way that I can imagine that I could preserve that sense of exclusivity is if I were to do reactions to it and then post those reactions to Curiosity or Nebula myself.
We're locked on.
Keep their content respectfully contained where they want it. Where'd he go?
We're locked on.
Hello.
Aye, Captain. Firing.
Catapult locked on. Flash.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Abandoned ship. All hands.
Ah, he got me. Yeah. Corvettes are very good at countering artillery cruisers, so it's unsurprising you won that. You got to sneak up on me.
Catapult locked.
Get vengeance, perhaps.
We're locked on. We're locked on. Flechettes locked and ready to fire. I launch flechettes. Catapult locked on.
I'm down. Music going again.
Catapult locked. Flechettes launched, Captain.
Activate countermeasures.
Scratch 1 enemy corvette. Activating primary weapons, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye. We've been hit hard. Damage control
there's
teams
a-
dispatched.
We're locked on. Flechette swarm locked to target. Flechettes launched, Captain. Enemy
Dreadnought
Dreadnought
got behind us. I
Let the
think he
scavengers
must have
pick him
walked in
over.
there.
Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Okay. Ah, he got me again.
Catapult locked on.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Currently behind on points. Actually losing.
We're locked on.
So I need to try hard a bit here.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
That's one less destroyer to worry about. Catapult locked.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step it up.
Yeah, I am aware.
Launching catapult. Scratch 1 hostile attack cruiser. Flechettes locked and ready to fire.
I think he's behind us again. See him on the... where is he? There he is.
Launching flechette swarm. Activating primary weapons, Captain. We're locked on. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Countermeasures activated.
Catapult locked.
Here we go.
Launching catapult. Thanks, Captain. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Hang on, we're gonna recharge the grid.
Firing catapult. Evasive maneuvers. Flechettes have positive lock.
Ships hull down to 50% activated.
Enemy corvette eliminated, Captain. Fire thrusters. Aye, Captain.
Critical systems going down. We're losing her.
He got him! He got me again. Oh, this time he's in an artillery cruiser. Pretty more than that.
Catapult locked.
weapons high.
That did it. Enemy destroyer's hull is collapsing. Catapult locked.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Launching catapult.
Man.
Multiple impacts detected.
Abandoned ship.
Got me again. He's killed me 4 times and I've gone 0 times.
Catapult locked.
Amplifying weapons high.
Catapult locked.
We're getting killed out here.
Catapult locked.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step
Okay,
it up.
what the fuck is
Shield
hitting me?
activated.
Him? He's dead.
Catapult locked. We're locked on.
Amplifying weapons high.
Firing catapult. Destroyed an enemy attack cruiser.
The Dreadnought behind us.
Thanks for the assist.
And he's out. I'm down.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Catapult locked.
Critical
Enemy warheads
miss
locked on our
there.
position.
They've hit us hard, Captain. Shield activated. Critical system failure across the board.
Yes. Okay. Our tactic of using artillery cruise is not working. We need something better. Or something different. Still up arms. Not
Captain, we've got a
about
lock.
this line, but good.
Weapon amplifiers activated, Captain.
Fire missiles on. We're locked on, Captain.
Amplifying weapons high.
Aye, clearing torpedo tubes.
We've lost weapon amplifier.
Hostile Dreadnought is no more. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We've been hit hard. Damage control
really?
teams dispatched.
All hands abandon
Yeah,
ship. We're
that was
ready for emergency
incredibly stupid of me there to charge them.
Missiles have firing solution, Captain. All
Captain, we need to turn this around.
Yes, I agree.
Missile silos reloading, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Hostile going down.
Weapon amplifiers offline.
Missiles away. Reloading missile silos.
Amplifying weapon systems. Weapon amplifiers offline.
Let him loose.
We've suffered massive casualties, Captain. We might have to fall back.
Yeah, I think
Torpedoes
we've
have
lost.
solid lock. Torpedo away.
Amplifying weapon systems. Weapon amplifiers offline.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams.
Fire missiles, aye, Captain. Aye, launch torpedoes. All silos reloading, Captain.
Abandoned ship, all hands.
Yep. That is a GG for me, I think.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step it up.
You have told me that 3 times, good sir. I don't think repeating that statement is going to help.
Torpedo lock, Captain. Torpedo away.
Aye.
Broadside plasma, but clear all broadside batteries. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We're getting killed out here. Activated. Exoshell offline.
Broadside ballistic guns locked on. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Let them know that what can I do? Battle should be over any second now. I'm just gonna get the GG now. There.
It's over, Captain. We underestimated them.
The only gentleman urge indeed was that it is. We have indeed spotted a gentleman urge in the chat. Rare and elusive creature. But yeah, look at his KD issue there. Got a KD of 23. You're a DM. Because I only got a KD of 2. And I'm pretty sure 3/4 of my deaths were to him. How do you be today, gentlemen? We are performing a funeral for the game Dreadnought. Because this is the final ever stream for Dreadnought, as it is being shut down early tomorrow. Forever, to never be seen again. swap out the dollar. The Otranto. There it is. Okay. Alright, and we go into the matchmaking queue for another 8 minutes.
The nav spinning up the nav
There we go.
beacon.
And while we wait for that, we continue our video
paving
on
the way
YouTube.
for even higher speeds in the future. From
Hey,
its
go,
opening
Ryan.
in September 1981, the success of the TGV surprised even the SNCF. Only 2 months after opening, it had already carried its millionth passenger. And within a year, France's largest domestic airline saw a 60% decline in passengers between Paris and Lyon. Many of the public's criticisms faded as the price of a ticket wasn't any higher than on a regular train, and an aggressive marketing campaign promoted the TGV's efficiency, time savings, and accessibility. And as if on cue, politicians who had vehemently opposed the TGV in the 1960s and 70s now proudly proclaimed their support for it all along. Almost immediately, SNCF began to plan for new lines connecting more French cities. Over the years, service speeds also increased, and in experimental runs, French railway engineers continued to push the limit, ultimately reaching 574 kilometers an hour in 2007. A railway speed record that holds to this day. Like the Shinkansen, the TGV was an immediate technical and commercial success, and by the mid-1980s, it had become a symbol of national pride, a nearly 2-decade-old vision that had finally been confirmed. The train had taken on the plane and won. And as a testament to the forward thinking of railway engineers, today, high-speed rail is more relevant than ever. The 1991 Gulf War was a defining moment in modern warfare, a showcase of advanced military technology on a massive scale. And in the opening hours of the conflict, Iraq commanded the 4th largest military in the world, with an air force of nearly 700 combat-ready aircraft. Among these was the Soviet-built MiG-25 Foxbat, a Cold War-era interceptor that by many accounts was too heavy, too unmaneuverable, and too outdated to put up much of a fight. But the Iraqis would push the aircraft to its limit, leveraging any advantage they could find in a daring plan to ambush state-of-the-art American F-15s as they patrolled the skies over Baghdad. The outcome wasn't what anyone would have expected. You can learn more about the incredible Samura air battle in my latest video, now
Yeah,
on Nebula.
that was...
Nebula is home to a growing number of exclusive Mustard videos.
That was quite the transition
whether
of
it's the
subjects.
Stories behind iconic
I
machines,
mean, Mustard is
or bringing
usually
unrealized
a
concepts to
little
life. And it's where you can
better
expect
at the
to see a
transition
lot
of
more
subjects
exciting
when advertising
projects
the
in the
next
future,
video, or
including
advertising
reimagining what
what
the
they got
world would have
going
looked
on.
like if mass supersonic
On,
air travel had become reality. But you
Curiosity.
might be asking, why are these videos only on Nebula?
or Nebula.
On YouTube, algorithms influence which videos you see, and advertisers restrict the type of content that creators can make. Nebula is not like YouTube, and that fundamentally changes how I make videos. On Nebula, I can make a video as long as it needs to be. The videos only have to make Mustard viewers happy, not a general audience, which is what the
Excuse
YouTube
me.
algorithm demands. And that means I can cover fascinating technical details in more depth, bring lesser-known concepts to life, or experiment with entirely new formats. There's no algorithm, there's only you. But there's one other very important difference. Nebula is owned directly by us, the creators. There's no one else to answer to, and we're not lining someone else's pockets. And that means your support goes directly into funding more high-quality projects that otherwise would have never been made. When you sign up for Nebula, you also get access to Nebula classes, where you can even take entire courses on how to become a creator yourself. Sign up using the link below, and you'll get a $20 discount, meaning for just $2.50 a month, you'll support Mustard. And in return, you'll get access to tons of new premium content from your favorite creators.
Coffee finished. I am really rather quite tired on inside. More tired than I thought it was. But ending stream early or anything like that, that's not an option today because, of course, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, kinda, or last chance. Once in a lifetime opportunity doesn't really sound correct, but it is the end of Dreadnought. Can't delay or end early or do anything like that. That would be disrespecting the legacy of this game, I think. There was a video that was being heavily advertised on my YouTube homepage. I wanted to react to, but I can't seem to find it now. And I thought it was a Found and Explained video, but I didn't see it there. I checked with Mustard and it was not with him either. It was an experimental plane video that looked interesting. Seems here now today. I don't watch that on stream, but I just want to put this here just so that I can watch it later because I want to. 15 seconds till the next match. Ask, buddy, what do you like to watch? Oh, I like to watch a whole load of VTuber clips. I mean, I do like the occasional technical video, like what do you get from Master and Fountain Explains, but I also watch a gigaton worth of Hermitcraft and VTuber clips. Yeah. Big thing is I watch VTuber clips, Hermitcraft, and occasional technical video and or news video, I guess. If there's relevant news. Okay, let's see. Oh, we got 3 players on our team. Alright, alright. The enemy team has 4 players. This is a 7-player match. Alright. 7-player match. Nice. Nice. Although it's 3v4 to their favor, so that's unfortunate. If we try hard enough, Maybe we can pull it off. We got our asses kicked last match. Which is fair, I guess, with the amount of ass kicking we've done so far today.
All Allied ships, be advised. Get them before they get us.
Yep.
We have weapon lock. Missiles away.
Punch it. Amplifying weapons, aye.
All silos reloading, Captain.
Wrong button. But my arrangement of consumables is a bit different than on the dollar. Take ass and kick names. Exactly, gentlemen.
Lock on
Exactly.
confirmed. Launching missiles. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Missiles reloading, Captain.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams.
Let's jump.
System drained.
All silos launch missiles. Reloading missile silos.
Alright. Regen a bit. And push forward again.
Captain, we've got a lock.
Amplifying weapons, aye. Commencing cooldown.
We've got a lock. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Let him loose. We're locked on,
pushing.
Captain. All silos reloading.
Multiple impacts detected. Punch it.
All hands, abandon ship. Report to emergency evacuation.
They got me. Okay. I think it's time to try hard to equalize things a bit.
Catapult locked on. Phew, thank you. Launching catapult.
Excuse me.
Thanks. Enemy warheads locked on our position. Firing catapult.
We're getting killed out here.
incoming, Captain. Negative. Launchers reloading.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step it up.
Catapult locked.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Scratch another enemy.
Our ally has been avenged.
Recharging countermeasure grid.
Scratch 2 in a row.
Go. Double kill.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Catapult locked. Launching catapult.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Where'd he go? There he is.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Firing catapult. Yes, that's it. Enemy Dreadnought is going down.
Gun.
Captain, we're gaining ground out there.
Catapult locked on. Catapult locked on. Firing catapult. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Activate countermeasures. Ships hull down to 50%, Captain.
We're locked on. Firing catapult.
Missed.
Amplifying weapon systems. Anti-missile defenses cooling down.
Catapult locked. Launching catapult.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
I made it back.
Catapult locked on.
Back with the salt-free coffee.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
One less Dreadnought to worry about. Thanks for the assist. Catapult locked.
Still, they're still
Firing catapult.
in the speed though.
Flechettes locked and ready to fire. We're locked on.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Hostile ship neutralized.
Scratch enemy destroyer. Phew, thank you.
Heavy damage across multiple systems, Captain. Amplifying weapon systems.
Let's see them hold out when they're down one tech cruiser.
Okay, there we go. We're in the lead now.
Catapult locked on.
There's to equalize things. To our favor.
No stopping you, is there, Captain? Catapult locked. That did it. Enemy hull collapsing. Catapult locked.
Destroyer right there.
Flechette swarm.
And
Hit us hard, Captain.
Launching
hello.
Flechette swarm.
Hull integrity is collapsing. Abandon ship.
You gotta sneak up on me. There. Let's play with the gamer name.
Catapult locked on.
Okay.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Contact eliminated. Enemy Dreadnought destroyed. Nothing but a pile of slag.
We're taking them down, ship by ship.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Launching catapult. Enemy attack cruiser destroyed, Captain.
Countermeasures. Fire up the grid.
Okay. I see you coming.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Activated.
Okay. Oh,
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Catapult locked. Flechettes have
not
positive
friendly.
lock.
Okay.
Recharging countermeasure grid.
Firing catapult. I launch flechettes. You got him, Captain. Enemy destroyer scrapped. Dreadnought eliminated.
Oh, he's doing it again, isn't he? Yep. This time
Flechette
it's
swarm
a
locked to target. Catapult locked on.
His warp rush jump on me didn't work that
Launching
time.
catapult.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Catapult locked on. Firing catapult.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Okay.
Thanks, Captain. Enemy ships going down. Hostile destroyer eliminated, Captain. Firing catapult. cruiser going down.
Wise is over here. There you are. Okay.
Catapult
And
locked.
he warped somewhere this way. Not sure where he warped up to. Oh, he died.
Enemy
Okay.
warheads locked on our position.
Aye, Captain. Firing on enemy missiles.
We're locked on.
There's a nuke.
Thanks, Captain. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Launching catapult. Aye, Captain. Firing thrusters.
Shield activated.
Flechettes have positive lock. Aye. Launch flechettes.
There he is again.
Recharging laser countermeasures.
Enemy forces are retreating. Stand down from condition 1.
There we go. GG. Managed to pull back the victory. Was able to tire just enough for that to be done. It's cool, bro. Let's see. Oh, not only that, but we lost one of our players in our match. We started off with 3. One of them either disconnected or rage quit, leaving just Snowbell Molt. So in reality, sorry, the gamer, the player with the gamer name there, clearly unhappy in the chat. I'll send a friend request to everyone knows though. But yes, this turned into a 2v4 in terms of players, and I still managed to pull it off by tryharding in an artillery cruiser. I have no idea what you're talking about, Winston. Aside from me just laughing at the gamer here, or the player with the gamer name here, being clearly very unhappy. Oh, okay. Klausenberg, more than legendary if you have ships. Well, I mean, I guess we could give it a try. Klausenberg here. So to give us a DM here. So let's actually give it a try. Legendary.
The nav beacon is calibrating. We'll find you a battle.
While we wait for that, see if we can get into a legendary match at all. You know, we'll do more YouTube, I guess. Oh, thank you for the delicious dinner. I mean, so Winston, if you want to see what it is that I just generally watch on YouTube, I mean, we could just go through to my history right here, and you can see exactly. I mean, we've got music playing as well. Let's see. So, let's see. What was the first one that we watched? Why is the history loading like this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, so the last video I watched before this stream began was this melody and filling video. Which goes into the category of VTuber clips that I mentioned is a thing I watch a lot of. Fillion is one who I'm fond of as well. To a less degree, Project Melody as well. Also watch a lot of Asmongold clips as well. Jimmy here. That's a Hummercraft related video there. Asmongold VTuber clip. Music. VTuber clip. Be from Morillibus, who I decided to give them a little bit of watch time today, just as well as figuring out what else to watch. The occasional tech video as well. This the least used feature on the Wii remote. That was actually kind of interesting. Brain speed comparison. Oh yes, Tom Scott videos are another thing I do watch. I do watch all those new videos when they come out. Let's see. This video was just nonsense because I found on the Minecraft wiki for Minecraft Earth the fact that there was actually a cut mob that was never implemented called the Moo Boom. So I decided just to take a look on YouTube to see if anyone has like done a video where they recreate the Moo Boom and added in, and there's fucking nothing. There's absolutely nothing. There's these two videos here labeled Moo Boom, but they are completely and utterly unrelated to the actual Moo Boom mob, which is a shame because the very concept of the Moo Boom just sounds fucking hilarious. A cow that fucking explodes. Why did they not implement that? Maybe it would have if the Minecraft Earth hadn't been cancelled. Who knows? Hummercraft, VTuber clip. Oh, and also Zuli Witch. I do like Zuli the Witch videos on Elden Ring. Clip, a random meme clip. Hummercraft. Transformers clip there. Asmongold music. Did that while I was sleeping last night. Yeah. VTuber clip. Also, one of my favorite meme videos of all time right here, Dolphin Bonk. Have you ever seen this video? It's only a 15-second clip, but it is honestly one of my favorite videos of all time. Okay.
This looks nothing like what they do when they're socially interacting with another. They do perform all sorts of odd behaviors, much like we might do in front of the mirror to see what we look like when we do that new dance step, or when we just want to see how we look.
Not sure if the audio level was high enough for you to be able to hear these sound effects added there. We'll play it again, but this time I'm turning up the audio just to make sure the full effect is there.
This looks nothing like what they do when they're socially interacting with another. They perform all sorts of odd behaviors, much like we might do in front of the mirror to see what we look like when we do that new dance step, or when we just want to see how we look.
That scream sound there just makes the video fucking perfect. Ooh, recently I've also been watching Oh My God. There's a lot of bit of a drama coverage channel, doing a lot of coverage of drama going on Twitter or other things. The first time I ever watched Oh My God was he did some videos on Illuminati, which was my introduction to the controversies regarding Illuminati. We've reacted to Illuminati on stream before, and I will never be doing any reactions to her content ever again. Because fuck her. I don't know if you have been in the know as to what controversies regarding Illuminati has been happening as of late. Now, I'm not talking about Illuminati, the secret organization. I'm talking about Illuminati. You know, the girl with the has persona of the pyramid-shaped head there. Naughty as in like spelled like, well, oh how naughty. That kind of naughty. Spelled like that. Also is known as Blair. I think is her actual name, but yes. Okay, so you are aware, so okay, so I don't need to explain to you why it is I won't be ever reacting to her content on stream ever again.
I'm completely and mentally stable. Oh, hey, look, a civilian airliner. Do it. You know you want to do it. Lock it. Just do it. Just lock onto that civilian airliner. Come on, just do it. Do it now. Just do it. Lock it. Just do it.
Yeah. Well, I also do like me a good flag videos from time to time. I find the subject of flags to be kind of interesting. After all, with my World Warships mod pack, I had to do a lot of research on flag design for me deciding flags, the fictional flags, and for that mod pack I was doing for World Warships. And I like the subject of flags. Well, it depends. It depends, Winston. Some states have good flags, many states have terrible flags. And unfortunately, for the provinces of Canada, although a lot of them are good, there's provincial flag for Ontario, where I live, is ass. Let me show them to you, given you are probably not too familiar with the provincial flags of Canada. Flags of Canada. Yeah, so these are the provincial flags of Canada, and proportionally, we actually have a pretty good proportion of them that are actually pretty good. Compared to the proportion of good to bad flags in the US has for its states, of course. Yeah, this one right here, that's the Ontario provincial flag. Kinda ass, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't mind having reference to our British heritage, but at the same time, from a distance, you could not tell the fucking difference between the provincial flag of Ontario and provincial flag of Manitoba. You would not be able to tell the difference from those at a distance. The blue and orange one. Which blue and orange one? Blue and orange, blue and orange, blue and orange, orange. I don't see one that's blue and orange. The only one that has orange is this one right here. Fourth one down on the left. Oh, this one. I think that's the Northwest Territories. I think. I'll be honest, I don't have them quite memorized. See, that one is. Oh, it's Newfoundland. The Newfoundland and Labrador flag, right there. Interestingly, this one has a flag for Arcadia. That's a terrible flag. I mean, I've heard of Cape Breton, but that flag is ass. Never put text on a flag, especially text that is too small to actually fucking read. God damn. You get an F for that flag design. Okay. I was actually looking at something. Let's see if I can find an Ontario provincial flag replacement, because there has been many a campaign to replace the flag for Ontario. That. Here we go. This is something I was looking at earlier. Various proposals for a new flag for Ontario. Because you're probably unfamiliar with the symbology of Ontario, the flower of Ontario is the trillium. So you'll see most of these flags have a trillium on it. Now, unfortunately, the colors, the provincial colors for Ontario is green and gold, which, for me at least, I think is a terrible color combination. Or at least, it does not work in most flag designs that I've seen that tries to incorporate those colors, unfortunately. But of all these proposals here that I actually like the most, I like this one right here. I think that one is pretty cool. But my favorite one is actually this one right here, which unfortunately has no information attached to it. But of all the ones here, I like this one the best. You got a reference towards the British Union Jack right there, but it's subtle enough that it's being artistically included while along with the maple leaf right here, and then the trillium right there. For me, if I could choose a new flag for Ontario, this would be the flag. So if I were to make a gander of what is most likely to win, if it ever gets put up to petition again, it would probably be this flag right here. That would probably win. And it's a good design. It's very simplistic, kind of boring. Simplistic, but representative. This one right here is probably what I imagine. If we ever do update the flag, this is probably what I imagine will probably happen. Go to, or something similar to this right here. Something that is just simply the our color of green plus the trillium. But my vote would be this one right here. Next coolest one was actually be this one right here. Okay, how long have we been in queue? Let's see. We have been in queue for 17 minutes. Bro. And now we're kind of like into sunk cost fallacy territory now. Do we continue waiting? Because for all we know, we could only be a couple minutes away from getting into a legendary match. We could only be like 12 seconds away from it now. Or we could be half an hour away from it now. I don't know. It's very inconsistent, the legendary matchmaking queue. I've also been watching a lot of videos from a VTuber known as Enrinya Bucky. Lately. Been liking her content. Of course, I'm also fond of Milky. For obvious reasons that I don't think I need to explain why I am fond of Milky. Pretty self-explanatory, I'd say. I think that's enough scrolling into my history for you to peer into what it is that I watch on YouTube.
In July 1967, the Soviet Union reveals what appears to be a new superfighter, and it sets off alarm bells.
We currently have no fighter in our operational inventory that could consistently, if successfully, combat the Foxtrot. It is thought to have multiple air-to-air and long-range air-to-surface missile capability at a speed of Mach 3.
With the United States and Soviet Union locked in a struggle for air superiority, the Soviets seem to be winning. Faced with the prospect of being outclassed in the skies, the United States would respond by engineering the greatest fighter jet in history. In the Korean War, early fighter jets like the American F-86 and Soviet MiG-15 squared off in fierce air-to-air battles. Both were light, agile jets built for close-range dogfighting. But by the mid-1950s, new technologies were beginning to radically transform fighter aircraft design. Powerful new radars could detect the enemy from much greater distances, while newly introduced guided missiles could hit targets kilometers away. Military planners grew convinced that air battles of the future would be fought beyond visual range, where the enemy wouldn't be more than a distant blip on a radar screen. And it meant the newest fighter jet, the F-4 Phantom, was no longer light or agile. It was fast, heavily loaded with missiles, and carried a powerful radar. Many believed that dogfighting had become obsolete.
Just to hear the end of a match being made. Yes, we have ourselves a legendary match. Alright, it only took, what, 22 minutes, I think? For our asses to get completely destroyed. Because I have almost no experience playing at this tier. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemy players, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on our team? God damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the enemy team. This is the most populated match I think I have ever been in. This is bound to be interesting. It's bound to be interesting, regardless of what happens. Okay.
Action stations, all decks.
Hostile contact sighted. Vulture missiles locked on. Requesting fire at this location. Launch all vultures. Broadside ballist, clear all broadside batteries.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Thanks.
Shield activated.
Vulture missiles have a clean shot. Broadside firing.
We've taken the lead, Captain.
Our ship's been hit. We need some support. Launching Vulture missiles. Broadside ballistic guns have a lock. are locked, ready to launch. Send the vultures. Thank you. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We're getting killed out here.
Broadside plasma batteries locked on.
Aye, Captain. Firing on enemy missiles. Recharging countermeasure grid. Shield activated.
Launch all vultures. Broadside plasma.
Engaging.
Thanks for the assist. Vulture missiles have a clean.
We're taking them down, ship by ship.
Alright, we're definitely winning this. So far.
Shield activated.
Okay, some catapult shots incoming. Ow! That was violent.
Vulture missiles locked on. Launching vulture missiles.
Jump complete. Jump cycling.
Vulture missiles have a clean shot. Thanks, Captain.
Managed to get away with that.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Launch all vultures. Picking up enemy contact. Over there. Broadside plasma guns locked on.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
That got him. That destroyer is scrap, Captain. Launching vulture missiles.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Let's jump.
Shield activated. Jump complete. Cycling jump.
Got a bearing on the enemy ship.
Nothing we can do. It's over.
Died. Okay, but he's going well enough that I'm willing to experiment into a different ship. Try the Onaga.
Enemy vessel. Drain missile has a clear shot. Launching drain missile. Thanks, Captain.
Hostile ship neutralized.
Corvette's going down. Our drain missile has a lock. Launching drain missile.
We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched.
Thanks.
Amplifying weapons, aye. System drained.
Abandoned ship!
Oh, okay. Warped right in front of us and pulsed. Okay. Probably a bad idea to be using this, but give it a shot. We've healed up.
Pushing power to beam weapons.
It's like they're not even fighting back.
System drained. Stop ship's hull down to 50%, Captain. Repair activated.
Abandoned ship. All hands to evac systems.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Aye, Captain. Firing.
Kind of hilarious how we've just effectively switched sides. Which sides the teams control. Which is in itself an interesting thing because it shows that the game is able to select your spawn position dynamically to what the actual situation of the battlefield is. As I would have to say is a good thing about.
Captain, engaging. System drained.
Drain missile locked on. Picking up enemy contact. Over there.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
We're completely dominating the enemy, Captain.
Our drain missile has a lock.
Multiple impacts detected.
That's how you get the job done.
There we go. GG's. Ugh. Oh, that's quite the outfit there. Gandalf. Thank you for the redeems, Winston. Alright, so we could go in for another legendary map, but of course that means it'll be at least 20 minutes, I imagine, just to get into that match. But I mean, not like I have much opportunity otherwise, so let's see. Hangar. Wasn't hugely fond of how that Dreadnought played. So let's manage the fleet. Get rid of the Jutland. And instead put on a Lorca. let's move a Covenant paint scheme on this. There we go. That's more like it. Missiles, tractor beam, rapid fire, tractor beam, yeah.
Spinning up the nav beacon.
Alright. So we'll probably get into the match in like 20 minutes. Alright.
Nothing could be further from the truth. In the Vietnam War, the Air Force's new approach was put to the test, but things didn't go as planned. The skies over Vietnam were a chaotic mix of enemy and friendly aircraft, and the systems designed to help Air Force pilots identify the enemy proved unreliable, forcing pilots to get in close to visually confirm each target. The whole idea of engaging from a distance fell apart. The new F-4 Phantoms were pulled into close-quarter dogfights against more agile MiGs, something their pilots had never been trained to do, and the Phantom's guided missiles proved hopelessly inaccurate. Designed for larger, high-altitude targets, initially only 14% ever hit anything. And when the missiles failed, pilots were left defenseless, because the F-4 was built without a gun for close combat. The larger, less maneuverable Phantoms, with their notoriously smoky engines, were easily spotted. The more agile MiGs lured the F-4s in close, knowing they were vulnerable.
The F-4 Phantom just barely held its own in this airspace because it is an interceptor used as a fighter, finding it difficult to compete with a fighter designed as a fighter.
American pilots were being downed at alarming rates, and military planners were learning that the age of dogfighting was far from over. Air Force planners scrambled to respond, equipping the F-4 with pod-mounted Gatling guns and training pilots to engage the more maneuverable MiGs. But these were stopgap solutions. What the Air Force really needed was a new dedicated air superiority fighter, and it meant scrapping every one of its earlier concepts for the next generation of fighter aircraft, which now looked too large, too heavy, and likely to fare even worse than the Phantom. And they'd have to move quickly, because in 1967, the Soviet Union unveiled a new fighter of their own, and it looked nothing like the MiGs that F-4 Phantoms were squaring off with in Vietnam. Everything seemed to suggest a fighter built for extreme maneuverability, with twin tails, a massive wingspan, and monstrous engines. Intelligence experts suspected that the Soviets were using advanced lightweight materials, along with new radar and weapon systems. A few months later, the Soviets went on a record-setting spree, posting new world speed and altitude records with the new fighter. Officials suspected the worst.
We currently have no fighter in our operational inventory that could consistently, if successfully, combat the Foxbat.
If the experience in Vietnam wasn't concerning enough, the Soviet Union now looked ready to unleash a new super fighter. After spending the better part of 2 decades building mostly interceptors, fighter bombers, and attack aircraft, the Air Force finally set its sights on building a state-of-the-art air superiority fighter. In 1968, leading U.S. aircraft designers were invited to submit proposals. Their entries would be assessed using a groundbreaking concept called energy maneuverability, a mathematical formula to help define a fighter's total performance in terms of speed, thrust, drag, and weight. In December 1969, the contract to build the new fighter was awarded to McDonnell Douglas. Their design was the product of 2.5 million man-hours of effort, allowing development to begin immediately. The F-15 Eagle was designed from the ground up for tactical dominance in any airspace. Two afterburning turbofans could unleash a massive 48,000 pounds of combined thrust, enough power to break the sound barrier even while flying straight up. With a top speed of over Mach 2.5, the F-15 would be the fastest fighter jet ever produced by the United States. For peak performance, the engines were fitted with variable air intakes, with a computerized air inlet control system adjusting to ensure optimal airflow at any speed or angle of attack. Where earlier fighters like the F-4 had a reduced wing area for high supersonic speeds,
Didn't know that was a thing.
the F-15 engineers instead opted for low wing loading, which combined with a high thrust-to-weight ratio delivered superior maneuverability. For maximum situational awareness, the cockpit was mounted high in the fuselage, with a canopy offering a commanding 360-degree view, along with a digital heads-up display fully integrated with radar and avionics. 8 Sparrow and Sidewinder missiles were mounted under the wings and along the fuselage. But if things got up close and personal, a 20mm Gatling gun could dish out 6,000 rounds a minute. And for maximum survivability, engineers designed in triple redundant hydraulics, low vulnerability flight controls, and a reinforced airframe. With its combination of speed, power, and agility, the F-15 was ready to earn its place as one of the greatest fighters ever built. The first prototype was unveiled in June 1972, just 3 years after McDonnell Douglas was given the go-ahead. The new fighter was put through an extensive testing program, and it would have to prove itself against the best of what the Air Force had to offer. Up against the heavy F-4 Phantom, the F-15 looked assured and in control, easily making quick work of the interceptor. Even the smaller, lighter F-5, used to simulate more agile MiG fighters in combat, struggled to shake the larger F-15.
Overhead! I can't do anything about it. Box 1 on the F-5, nose down.
In nearly every engagement, whether beyond visual range or close-in dogfighting, the F-15 commanded an overwhelming advantage. With a true air superiority fighter on their hands, the Air Force was ready to send a message to the Soviet Union. Only a year and a half earlier, the Soviets posted new time-to-climb world records with the MiG-25. Now, the F-15 was about to erase them. In 1975, engineers stripped a pre-production F-15 of its non-mission critical components, even removing its paint to make it as light as possible. In the cold, dense air of North Dakota, the Eagle made a series of climbs from a dead stop, rocketing up to altitudes as high as 30 kilometers, right to the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. Not only did the F-15 beat the MiG's records, it shattered them by more than 25%. The Air Force had a winner on their hands, and the F-15 Eagle would come to be recognized as one of the most successful fighter development programs in history. By 1974, the fighter was already in mass production, with over 400 early F-15A and B models ordered for the U.S. Air Force. And America's allies were also eager to get their hands on the new jet. The first foreign operator was Israel, beginning in 1976, followed by Japan a couple years later, and Saudi Arabia. And with some of the first F-15s being deployed at West German air bases, right on the Soviet Union's doorstep, it seemed only a matter of time before the new fighter faced off against the MiG-25. In 1976, the Americans finally got a first-hand look at the Soviet Union's superfighter. But it wasn't what they were expecting. In September of that year, Lieutenant Viktor Belyanka, a 29-year-old pilot with the Soviet Air Defense Forces, made a fateful decision to escape the Soviet Union. And he did it by secretly flying his MiG-25 from a Soviet airbase in the Far East to a civilian airport in Japan. After more than a decade shrouded in mystery, the Americans got a chance to examine the Foxbat down to every last detail. Although similar in size and appearance, the MiG-25 and F-15 had almost nothing else in common. Built mostly out of heavy nickel-steel alloy, the Foxbat weighed nearly twice as much as the F-15. The large wings weren't for agility, they were needed just to get the monstrous jet airborne. The enormous weight meant that the MiG-25 could only pull a 4.5G maneuver. The F-15 was capable of nearly twice that. Most of what the MiG carried was fuel needed to feed its enormous engines. Even so, its combat radius was a mere 300 kilometers. Its avionics used outdated vacuum tubes, and its radar lacked look-down capability.
Vacuum
meaning
tubes,
it couldn't
bruh.
even detect an F-15 flying below its horizon. The MiG-25 was anything but the dogfighting monster the Americans had feared. It was purely a high-altitude interceptor, designed to reach incredible speeds to catch enemy bombers. But it wasn't built to do much else. The Soviets had kept the Foxbat's capabilities a closely guarded secret, cashing in on its propaganda value and the alarm it had caused the Americans. But now it was the Soviets' turn to panic, because in 1976 the Soviet Union had no fighter that stood any chance of surviving a dogfight with an F-15.
Welcome, Jenny. How are you doing?
F-15s scored their first victories in 1979, when Israeli pilots downed 4 Syrian MiG-21s in a single engagement. Over the years, the Eagle would win air battle after air battle, clearing the skies of adversaries almost as a matter of routine. Today, F-15s have racked up more than 100 victories without a single defeat, a record unmatched by any fighter in history. Early F-15A and B models were soon joined by C and D variants, improving on the aircraft's range, payload, and weapon systems. Originally conceived as an air superiority fighter, the F-15 would also be developed into a formidable ground attack aircraft, leveraging the fighter's superior range, speed, and payload. Nearly a half-century after taking to the skies, the F-15 remains vital to the U.S. Air Force, with deliveries beginning in 2021 of the F-15EX, a thoroughly modernized replacement for the F-15C. The MiG-25 was never designed to combat an air superiority fighter like the F-15. But in January of 1991, the two Cold War icons came face to face over the skies of Baghdad. And the outcome wasn't what anyone could have predicted. Because what the MiG-25 lacked in maneuverability, it made up for in raw power as the fastest fighter of all time. And the Iraqis would use it to their advantage, devising a daring plan to ambush F-15 Eagles as they patrolled the skies. You can learn about this incredible air battle in my next video coming exclusively to Nebula this month. Nebula is where you can watch a growing number of exclusive Mustard videos, like the story of the MiG-31 Interceptor, the legendary F-117 Nighthawk, and the M-50 Bounder, along with lesser-known bizarre proposals like the MiG business.
So probably another 10 minutes before we can get into a match. Bankrupted. What? A series from Bright Sun Films. Huh? Don't see it. It's not on here. What it was you were looking at? Unless it was since before I last refreshed the page. You are back. I do need to use the washroom. Edinburgh. Okay. Hopefully within the next 5 minutes we'll get a match. Hopefully, in theory. Possibly. Glunk 23 DVD. You watch VO memes? Oh, yes, yes, yeah, I do. I do really love VO memes. So it has been a while since I've watched them. Mainly because he started doing some meme videos on movies I hadn't seen, so I stopped watching at one point. But I loved his more recent series on robots movie. Memified. And I don't see it here. So either you're like super fucking delayed, or I'm just blind. Oh no, there it is. There's the VO memes.
Mustachioed princess has arrived in the Mustache Kingdom. The fight. You're up to something, sire.
Sis, jam with me. This, human, did he come?
Aren't sure.
Does the princess like him?
Sire, look in the mirror. You have nothing to worry about.
I know that. I'm threatened.
High quality beam content. We're at nearly 24 minutes. Goddamn. A match that's probably gonna last like 10 minutes. Oh, there we go. That was 24 minutes. Alright. If we want to be doing legendary battles for the rest of the night, we are probably only going to have enough time to do 2 more matches after this one. Thinking. Yeah. Which, honestly, I don't mind. It'll be, in a way, a pinnacle. Is what's a crescendo. But we only got 2 players per team this time around. That's unfortunate. This is really like the look of this ship here.
All ships be advised. Orders are to destroy all enemy ships. Good luck, captains.
Vultures are locked, ready to launch. Launch all vultures.
Alright, this ship has a faster rate of fire. Nice.
Exo shell engaged. Amplifying weapons, aye. System exo shell disengaged.
We're winning, Captain.
Vulture missiles have a clean shot. Send the vultures.
Amplifying weapons, aye. Aye, Captain. Activating.
Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye. They've hit us hard, Captain. Aye. Let's see him get through this.
Launching vulture missiles.
We've got nothing left.
Our weapons are locked on.
Exo shell offline.
Clear all broadside batteries. Hostile Dreadnought is no more.
Aye, Captain. Engaging. Heavy damage across multiple systems, Captain.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Launching vulture.
Exo shell engaged.
Broadside guns firing. Reloading broadside.
Amplifying weapons, aye. System drained. Starting cooldown.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Ship's hull down to 50%, Captain.
Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain.
Okay, that healing went away.
Main power just went down. Our hull is collapsing.
Yeah. For a second there, it seemed like there was an additional 3rd player on the enemy team. But they've gone away. Or there isn't, but we apparently have lost. No, we have not lost our teammate. Okay.
Target locked. Vulture missiles locked on. Launching vulture missiles. Missiles locked on. Launch all vulture. We've got a lock. Firing. Broadside firing. Broadside guns reloading, Captain.
Engage exo shell, aye, Captain.
Enemy warheads locked on our position.
We've got nothing left.
Broadside guns firing. Broadside cannons recharging. Understood. Swapping to primary weapons, Captain.
Exo shell disengaged.
You are really hard to kill, aren't you?
We're locked on, Captain.
You heard the captain.
Captain, we've got a lock. Make sure you get our good side. Reloading broadside cannons.
Engaging exo shell, Captain.
Vulture missiles have a clean shot. Thank you.
System drained.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Launch.
Attack cruiser going.
Understood. Target locked.
Exo shell offline. Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Broadside.
Shield activated. Critical system failure off the board, Captain.
Good.
Solid lock. Vulture missiles locked on.
Engaging.
Launching.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step it up.
Solid lock.
System drained. Cycling.
Broadside. Open fire.
Exo shell deactivating.
Broadside cannons charging up. Launch all vultures.
Engaging.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams. Exo shell engaged.
Clear all broadside batteries. Broadside guns cleared. Reloading.
System drained. Starting cooldown. Shield activated. Exo shell offline.
Firing
This guy just
broadside.
refuses to bloody die. Goddamn.
Locked onto target. Vultures are locked, ready to launch. Send the vault. Thanks.
Aye. Let's see him get through this. Firing up. We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched.
Make sure you get our good side. Reloading broadside cannons.
Exo shell disengaged.
Enemy destroyer scrapped.
That's it. She's
I'm not
done.
gonna bother trying to kill that guy. He's bloody immortal. Effectively, at least, to the
Vulture
firepower I
missiles have a
can
clean shot.
shit out at least.
Send the vultures. Our weapons are locked on.
We're getting killed out here. Let's harden up. Engaging exo shell.
Find something I can actually kill.
Exo shell deactivating.
Locked onto target.
I mean, if I could have several of us shooting at this guy at the same time,
Vulture
maybe.
missiles.
Aye, Captain. Activating. Amplifying weapons, aye.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
and left.
Send the vultures. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Engaging exoshell, Captain.
Enemy has a lock.
Firing up.
Broadside guns, broadside firing. Broadside cannons recharging.
Exoshell offline.
Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Launch.
System drain.
Clear all broadside batteries. Reloading broadside cannons.
Aye, Captain. Reinforcing.
Hard kill on enemy corvette.
Got something at least.
Exoshell disengaged.
Vultures are locked. Ready to launch. We have weapon lock. Firing. Launching vulture missiles.
Yeah, sticking
We're getting killed out here. Engage exoshell, aye, Captain. Commencing cooldown. Exoshell disengaged. Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Send the vultures.
Shield activated.
Captain, we need to turn this around.
Vulture missiles have a clean shot. We're locked on, Captain. Launch all vultures. We're locked on, Captain. Clear broadside guns. Aye, Captain. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Aye, exoshell deactivating.
That did it. Enemy destroyer's hull is collapsing.
Something to kill, something to kill. Thank you.
Solid lock. Firing.
Engaging exoshell, Captain.
Vultures are locked. Ready to launch.
Exoshell deactivating. Multiple impacts detected.
Launching vulture missiles.
Abandoned ship. All hands to evac systems.
Not sure if you heard the lightning strike right there. IRL lightning strike. Having a thunderstorm right now. Okay, maybe this thing has the firepower I need. Hard to say.
Drain missile locked on. Aye, Captain. Firing. Our drain missile has a lock. Launching drain missile.
Amplifying weapon systems.
Thanks for the assist.
Engaging.
Enemy destroyer, destroyed, Captain. Drain missile has a clear shot. Drain missile launched.
We've suffered massive casualties, Captain. We might have to fall back.
Noticed.
Amplifying weapons eye.
Thanks, Captain. Our drain missile has a lock.
You.
Amplifying weapons eye. We're getting killed out here. Aye, Captain. Activating.
Cloak activated.
System drained. Cycling.
Yeah. As it would be called a destroyed instead? Yes. You're 100% correct, Jason.
Drain missile locked on. Thanks for the assist. Drain missile has a clear shot.
Engaging.
We've got nothing left.
Taking down a Dreadnought never gets old. Drain missile has a clear shot.
There's Mr. Moulton. Hello.
Chalk it up to experience, Captain.
There we go. And it's the defeat. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. Yeah. And with this matchmaking, we probably have enough time in the stream for 2 more matches. At most. Just the unfortunate nature of this game. How you doing, GSN Wayne? What you up to?
Spinning up the nav beacon.
What do you mean insufficient credits? I've got 1.4 million credits. tell me in the final hours of this game, they've just shut down the ability to purchase shit, have they? Well, it seems like the ships are stuck in the configurations they're at. That's a shame. No lifting hunter showdown. Can you elaborate, please? Been playing game non-stop, I see. Well, it's probably going to be 20 minutes for us to get into a match, so we will continue YouTubing. When we encountered a pro gamer, peak gamer earlier, in game, based off of their username, a very gamer-esque username, and with a gamer-esque attitude in the chat. So, as you're at that level. And I missed. By the way, if you think that like I go hard at it on Minecraft, I'm nothing in comparison to Kayla Kowalska. She is a Minecraft god among VTubers. What? you're telling me you did not know that you can smelt netherrack into nether bricks, bro? Minecraft god. Yet somehow has missed that fact. Bruh. Okay. Well, even gods are fallible. Well, there are many ways to play Minecraft. Use it, man. Minutes. Oh, wait, eh? I got us as a match already? How about that? Not complaining? Really? I got into a match this quick and it's only... I was expecting it to be like a more full lobby to explain why it decided to get us into a match so quickly. Weird. We got 3 players now on our team. Got myself, we got HMS Prince of Wales, and we got Aphrodite. On the reds, we got laptop.
Attention all ships, eliminate incoming enemy forces.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Aye, Captain. Firing. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Cloak deactivated. Recharging.
Oh, that's annoying. An annoying debuff. It resets all. It sets everything on.
We've got the advantage, Captain.
Reloading.
Enemy ships going down. Enemy destroyer scrapped.
Destroyer behind us. Laptop.
There's a tech cache on the field, ready to be picked up.
Countermeasures recharging. Cloaking systems recharging.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Let's grab the tech cache before the enemy gets their hands on it. Launching drain missile. Phew, thank you.
Octus, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome. How you doing?
We got him, Captain.
To the funeral stream of
We're picking up signals
Dreadnought.
showing a tech cache on the field. Picking up enemy contact. Over there. We've detected a tech cache.
Well, thank you for the follow, Octus. Welcome to the crew. How you doing, Octus?
Our drain missile has a lock. Aye, Captain. Firing.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Tech cache detected, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Reloading. Tech cache ahoy, Captain. Enemy vessel.
Full power to maneuvering thrusters.
Drain missile locked on. Launching drain missile.
Bridge behind us.
There's a tech cache on the field, ready to be picked up.
There's also an artillery cruiser over here I briefly spotted. Yeah, there we go.
Thanks, Captain. Scratch one artillery cruiser. We're picking up signals showing a tech cache on the field. Aye, Captain. Firing. Firing. Thanks for the assist.
Full power to maneuvering thrusters.
Tech cache showing up on Raven, Captain. Reloading.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Drain missile launched.
Aye, Captain. All stop.
We're taking them down, ship by ship.
System drained. Starting cooldown. Recharging cloak, Captain.
We've got this battle in the bag. Let's finish him.
Enemy Dreadnought destroyed. Let the scavengers pick him over.
Full power to maneuvering thrusters.
Let's grab the tech cache before the enemy gets their hands on it.
Sorry, boss. She's still cooling down.
All vessels. We've got an enemy contact. Thanks, Captain. Hi, Captain. Firing. We've detected a tech cache. Got a bearing on the enemy ship. Scratch one hostile cat cruiser.
Okay, only 2 more kills for the victory.
Chalk up another win.
Yep, there we go.
We're picking up the signal, Captain. Tech cache nearby.
Alright. But yes, thank you again for the follow. Octus, tell me what you up to. You, player of Dreadnought? Or something? Let's see if we can purchase it right now. Just not enough credits. Yeah, so for some reason our ability to purchase modules has now been disabled. Probably as a part of the everything shutting down. Not just a one-off bug, it seems to be a persistent one. Fortunately.
The nav's spinning up the nav beacon.
Right, and wait, whoa. That was a quick match. Maker? It was bloody instantaneous. How about that? Well, thank you for the redeem, Susan. We got that immortal player that we couldn't kill earlier on our team this time. So lucky.
All hands to action station.
Follow our lead. We're losing power. We need repairs. Got an enemy contact. Cloak activated. Drain missile locked on.
Power cycling cloak. Amplifying weapons, aye.
Aye, Captain. Firing.
Come on.
Launching drain missile.
We just took the upper hand.
Ow.
Drain missile launched.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Got an enemy contact. We could use some company, Captain. Drain missile has a clear shot. Launching drain missile. That's it. Enemy Dreadnought is going down. Firing. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Our drain missile has a lock. Aye, Captain. Firing.
Definitely have the lead right now. Arrow's glitching out.
Confirmed. Enemy Dreadnought destroyed. Thanks for the assist. Drain missile launched. Scratch 1 artillery cruiser. Enemy vessel. Make it a double. Our drain missile has launching drain missile. All ships, enemy contact at this location.
Yeah. Hold on.
Thanks.
We got him, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Activating.
Drain missile launched. Thanks for the assist.
Coming from that side.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Good shooting. Just down an artillery cruiser. Launching drain missile.
Heavy damage across multiple systems, Captain.
Hull integrity is collapsing.
Okay. Got nuked by Aphrodite. But I think they warped in right next to us. And killed us before we could even react.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Aye, Captain. Firing. Thanks, Captain. Dreadnought eliminated. Our drain missile has a lock. Drain missile launched. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain. Aye, Captain. Firing. Hostile contact sighted. Drain missile launched.
There we go. Nope. Okay. But your shields were out.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Picking up enemy contact. Over there. Aye, Captain. Firing. Launching drain missile. Taking down a Dreadnought never gets old.
We're taking them down, ship by ship. You heard the captain.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
We're getting completely pummeled. Need assistance. Some repairs wouldn't go amiss. Aye, Captain. Firing. All ships, enemy contact. At this location.
Defenses recharging. They've hit us hard, Captain.
Abandon ship!
Oh, Nefertiti got me again.
Drain missile locked on. Launching drain missile. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Recharging countermeasure grid. Cloak has collapsed.
Thanks.
That's okay.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Enemy vessel. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Hello.
Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Sorry. Got me. Nefertiti got me again.
Drain missile locked on. Hostile going down. Hostile contact sighted. Phew, thank you.
That was a good shot.
Our drain missile has a lock. Aye, Captain. Firing. Thanks.
We're completely dominating the enemy, Captain.
All vessels. We've got an enemy contact. Drain missile launched. Missiles not armed yet. Hostile contact sighted. Activating primary weapons, Captain.
Ships hull down to 50%, Captain. Shield activated.
Launching drain missile. Got an enemy contact. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched. Shield activated.
And if it did got me again. That's fine, that's fine. Despite Aphrodite kneeling me over, we're still very much in the lead. In fact, such a lead that I don't think it is possible for the Reds to be able to pull off a victory here.
Train missile has a clear shot.
It's like they're not even fighting back.
Picking up enemy contact. Over there.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Understood. Swapping to primary weapons. Aye, Captain. Firing. Thanks, Captain. Drain missile locked on.
There you. DT.
That did it. Hostile destroyed. That drain missile launched.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
We got him, Captain.
Our drain missile has a lock. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams.
Aphrodite. I think every single death I've had this match, it was to Aphrodite.
Drain missile locked on.
Oh, thank you for the milk.
Done and done.
There we go. GG's. Okay. Well then, I think we have ourselves enough time for one more final match of Dreadnought. Or we could end things on that note there. That victory. Give it one more go. Which means we'll probably be running overtime on the stream, but that's fine. Considering the occasion. That's still broken.
Let's see what's out there.
Lucky it won't take 24 minutes for us to get into a match. If we get into a match like right away, that would throw things off stream timing wise. If not, this is going to take anywhere between half an hour Well, or less. Be 40 minutes if we're unlucky. And I'm basing off of whenever it is we're be finishing the last match, which could be 20 minutes from now until we start that match, the last match. And then the match itself possibly lasting upwards 10-15 minutes. Stream will probably be done in 35-ish minutes. Then we have to do a raid on somebody.
Hey everyone.
Here's the video I've been looking for.
Today I want to take a dip back into the well of Blom and Voss and all of their strange aircraft designs. The one I want to look at today is definitely one of the stranger ones in that it looks like it could be from Star Wars, perhaps being driven by a young future Jedi / future Sith and future guy that breathes really loud. This is the Blom and Voss P-170 bomber. Now, in the realm of military bombers, generally the ones that are the more iconic ones are the big, lumbering behemoths, slow, armed with a plethora of turrets, and heavily armored as far as aircraft are concerned, and often accompanied by fighter escorts. While more vulnerable on their own, their much higher payloads and greater operational range offer significant
Grievous fighter, yeah.
potential that make them ideal for things like strategic bombing, potentially wiping out entire cities.
Samuth, welcome, how are you doing?
While these kind of bombers were more sought after by the likes of the US Air Force and the British Royal Air Force,
Been a while since I've seen you.
Luftwaffe tended to stick closer to a different bomber concept called the
How you been?
Schnell bomber. Schnell bombers, which translates
We're just watching YouTube while we wait for the matchmaker.
high speed over payload and defense. The idea behind these bombers was that they would have significantly smaller payloads,
matchmaker in Dreadnought.
armaments or armor in exchange for high speed. Defensive turrets would add extra sources of drag by virtue of the gun barrels sticking out of the body, and armor increased the weight and thus lowered performance. Instead, they would be equipped
I'm doing
with
well,
high-power engines
Samuth.
that would give them very high speeds for military aircraft.
Yeah, so Samuth, this is a funeral stream, kinda, because Dreadnought, the game Dreadnought, is shutting down tomorrow. So this is the final ever stream of Dreadnought that I'll be having. And right now we're in fact in queue for our final match of the game before I end the stream. It is a bummer that the game is going away, but it is what it is.
Let alone bombers. Because of their high speed, they would simply be able to outrun any attacking enemy aircraft. So, while they wouldn't have nearly the same destructive potential as more conventional bombers, they would ideally be able to survive on their own without escorts, meaning that the German Luftwaffe wouldn't have to spend additional time and resources for escort planes, and instead could use those planes for other roles or missions. However, the main problem with a good deal of Schnell bomber projects was that the advancement of aircraft technology would mean that a high-speed bomber that was just even a few years old would quickly become an average-speed bomber. A good example of this is something like the Junkers Ju-88. When it was first flown in late 1936, it could hit speeds upwards of 360 miles an hour. This was very fast for a bomber, especially for 1936. However, as an operational warplane, it was a good bit slower at around 300 miles an hour. Still, for 1936, that was great. The problem lies in that fighters would rather quickly be able to outclass that top speed in just a few years, if that. This made true blue Schnell bombers with no defense much more volatile in a sense, constantly needing to be on the cutting edge of technology in order to survive. It's probably because of this inherent volatility that a lot of so-called Schnell bombers
would have had to call your
having defensive weaponry. Not as much as the larger, slower bombers, mind you, but defensive weaponry nonetheless. Regardless though, Nazi Germany had a bit of a fascination with the Schnell bomber concept and would look for new Schnell bombers for a great deal of the war. So in 1942, Blom and Voss, and more specifically a man named Richard Vogt of Blom and Voss, would throw their hat into the ring with the P-170. Measuring in at 13 meters long and 16 meters wide, the P-170 had a very unique-looking three-engine layout, one in the center and one in each wingtip. Each propeller would be powered by a BMW 801 engine with around 1,860 horsepower apiece, bringing the projected top speed up to around 510 miles an hour. The two wingtip-mounted propellers would rotate in opposite directions in an effort to increase performance. This would have two effects, one intended and one potential effect if they took it. The first effect is a reduction of the negative effects of an engine's torque. As the engine causes the propeller to rotate in a given direction, an opposite rotational force is generated. Having the wingtip propellers rotate in opposite directions would thus create opposing rotational forces that would ideally negate each other. The second potential effect would be a reduction in drag. A problem with wingtips is that they naturally create a vortex of air behind them, and this vortex causes drag, which can reduce speed and overall performance. Each wingtip propeller could be made to rotate in the opposite direction of this natural vortex, thus canceling it out, significantly reducing the plane's drag and improving its overall performance. However, there are significant reasons as to why these wingtip propellers aren't very common. Such a layout means that the wings would have to be heavily reinforced to accommodate the weight of the engines, and if one of the outer engines were to fail, it would cause significant asymmetric thrust, more significant than your standard multi-engine aircraft. It's likely these factors that make designers shy away from this kind of engine layout. It has popped up from time to time, to be sure, but it is very, very uncommon.
Pancake plane.
In the P-170's case, with it having three engines placed as they were, the asymmetric thrust issue wouldn't be as bad. If one of the wingtip engines were to fail, it still had that central engine to help balance out the thrust of the other engine. Instead, the P-170 had more of an issue with weight distribution. Because of the wing and engine placement, a great deal of the plane's weight was located at the very front of the fuselage and ahead of the wing itself. This would end up making the P-170 horribly unbalanced and front-heavy if it had a more standard-looking cockpit layout. So, to help balance the weight, the cockpit had to be placed at the very back of the fuselage, far behind the wing. It's this cockpit placement that really adds to the whole Star Wars pod racer vibe. The pilot would be sat in the main cockpit, it's the one that's furthest back. The co-pilot / observer / bombardier would be sat further up the fuselage in that more cylindrical looking glass there. While I can't find a specific reason as to why they decided to design it this way, I would have to assume it was to give the bombardier better visibility than he would have otherwise. Regardless, the second mini cockpit wasn't viewed as being all that useful because an updated design from later in 1942 removed that separate bombardier placement and instead just extended the main cockpit. Continuing with the strange design choices, we have the plane's tail. Viewed from the top, nothing appears to be out of the ordinary, but when viewed from the side, the oddity becomes more apparent. At the tail, which is also where the cockpit is, there is no vertical fin or rudder. Instead of having a normal vertical fin or rudder, the P-170 has two, one on each wingtip at the tail of the engine nacelles. Why this was done, again, I'm not entirely sure, perhaps the rudders being around where the midpoint of the plane was would have some kind of ideal benefit they wanted on stability and control. However, I only know of one other plane with this kind of wingtip midpoint rudder design, and that plane had pretty severe stability issues. So the evidence that I'm aware of such a rudder design isn't all that great. If you do know of any other planes with such a vertical fin and rudder design, do let me know. The last thing to mention about the design was something that makes sense given the rest of its design, but it is still a bit different. Because of the 3 separate engine nacelles that were spread so far apart, it had to properly support the weight of them while on the ground, so each nacelle had a wheel under it to support it. The tail also had a wheel, just a small one that kept the tail and cockpit very low to the ground. This isn't an overly strange aspect of the design, but I did feel it was worth mentioning anyway. For the P-170's weapons, as it was to be a pure Schnell bomber, it had no guns to speak of, and instead would be outfitted
Pretty sure I
with
saw
1,000 kilos of bombs,
some
in a
rear
standard
guns
load,
on one of those
to
drawings.
2,000 kilos in an overloaded state, or 12 rockets
And I see
in 2 bunches of 6. These
some
would all be
barrels in the wings
located
there.
onto the wings on either side of the fuselage. Because of the projected speed of the P-170, it is likely that it would have functioned closer to a dive bomber than your standard bomber. But I say that it likely would have functioned that way because the P-170 would never be made in any capacity. The reason for this, apart from the inherent weirdness of the design, was likely the increasing prevalence and testing of jet engines. While jet aircraft hadn't been introduced in 1942 when the P-170 was designed, testing on them had become increasingly more prevalent. Flight testing on the jet version of the ME-262, which would be adopted later in the war, started in mid-1942. While the 262 was a fighter, it could certainly be equipped with bombs, rockets, and/or guns, while also being faster with the jet engines, and it used a more conventional design that likely wouldn't require so much trial and error. If the German government were to make something so unconventional like the P-170, then it would have to blow its potential competition out of the water for it to even be considered, let alone made. And because even in the most optimistic predictions it likely wouldn't outperform jet aircraft, then really what would be the point of making it? But still, let's assume for a moment that they did decide to make it. How would the P-170 have performed? For one, I do think the top speed would likely not have been 510 miles an hour. If we use the testing of the Ju-88 as an example, I think it's likely that the true operational top speed would likely have been in the lower 400s at best. Still a great top speed, but a good bit slower than projected. I also struggle to imagine that the wingtip rudders would control all that well, and them being positioned where they were just adds potential mechanical issues that were unnecessary. I think that just for simplicity's sake, the rudder would be moved to the tail like normal, and perhaps the vertical fins would remain on the wingtips for an attempt at better stability. Regardless, taking in the entire design of the P-170, if it had a prototype made, I still think it would have been a one-off project. Its design was overly quirky and likely would have taken so much time to properly test and iron out any kinks that its development would likely have taken until the war ended, and by then better planes were here. Inevitably, the P-170 would likely only be what it really is today, another weird design from Blom and Voss. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and stop for today. So, thank you all for watching. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. While I referenced Star Wars at the beginning and towards the middle, I've never actually watched any of the Star Wars movies. I've never had any urge to. I get all of my Star Wars knowledge from the video games, like the Lego Star Wars and the old...
Okay. That's enough of that blasphemy. But, there we go, just in time, we got ourselves our match. Probably the final match of this game I'm ever going to play. Let's hope it's a victory. Because if it's not a victory, I'm going to be tempted to try again. Oh boy. We got. Ooh, it's a 4v5. Sheesh. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to try hard. Real fucking hard. Fortunately, that's another thing. Ramming. Well, it is if you have the right modules for. There are ramming modules.
Attention all
Let's
ships.
make this a
Destroy
good
all enemy
one.
vessels. Good hunting, captains.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Aye, Captain. Firing. Drain missile launched.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Aye, Captain. Firing. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
Ship's hull down to 50%, Captain. Recharging cloak. Gonna take critical system failure across the board,
Shit.
Captain.
Okay. This is not a good start. I really want to win this one.
Our drain missile has a lock. Launching drain missile.
Aye, Captain. Engaging.
Dreadnought eliminated. Drain missile has a clear shot.
We've been hit hard.
Bloody
Deploy
mind.
damage control teams. Aye, engaging cloak.
Freddy! Do you mind?
Drain missile locked on. Aye, Captain. Firing. Phew, thank you. Enemy corvette eliminated, Captain. Drain missile locked on. Drain missile launched.
Amplifying weapons, aye.
Captain, we're getting butchered out there. We gotta step it up.
Enemy vessel.
Ship is damaged, Captain.
Abandon ship. All hands.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Launching drain missile. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
Incoming. Activate countermeasure.
Phew, thank you. Drain missile has a clear shot. Launching drain missile.
Recharging laser countermeasures.
Scratch one Dreadnought.
Multiple impacts detected.
The ship's falling to pieces. We can't hold it.
Fuck off. Aphrodite. Seriously.
Our
This
drain
wouldn't be
missile has a
nearly as
lock.
bad if I wasn't fucking locked out of being able to buy upgrades for my ship. I'm stuck in this configuration.
Contact eliminated. Hostile destroyer eliminated, Captain. Drain missile launched.
Captain, we need to turn this around.
No shit.
Heavy damage across multiple systems, Captain. Understood. Engaging cloak.
Our drain missile has a lock.
Cloaking systems recharging. Multiple impacts. Damage control teams on station.
Drain missile has a clear shot. Launching drain missile. Cloak activated.
Our cloak is gone. Amplifying weapons, aye.
Put an end to that pile of scrap. Enemy.
Cloak inoperable, Captain.
Critical systems
Grenade.
going dark.
Fuck off.
We're losing her.
Drain missile locked on. Drain missile launched.
Yes, there he is.
Enemy warheads locked on our position. Drain missile launched. drain missile has a lock. Launching drain missile.
Understood. Engaging cloak. Recharging cloak, Captain. Heavy damage across multiple systems.
Bruv. Nuked by fucking Aphrodite again.
Drain missile has a clear shot. All ships, enemy contact at this location. Aye, Captain. Firing. Enemy warheads locked on our position.
We've been hit hard. Damage control teams dispatched.
Match our heading. Drain missile launched.
Situation's grave, Captain. We gotta do something fast, or we're done for.
Drain missile has a clear drain missile launched.
We're getting killed out here.
That did it. Hostile.
No. Watching the instant replay of that. Yes, I was one shot. No warning, dead.
Drain missile locked on.
There's no counterplay to that.
Captain, we need to turn this around.
Our drain missile has a lock. Enemy missiles incoming, Captain.
We've been hit hard. Deploy damage control teams. Critical system failure.
Still going to a raid, but I'm not going to spend fucking hours at this just to get a victory. That's where it ends. So fucking be it. This game has serious fucking bounce issues in this regard. Good fucking riddance. Rating solos. You could get the raid message, please. Thank you. All right. So the raid's been connected, ladies and boys. What I want you to do is copy and paste that message that Snuffles just posted and paste it into Soulless's chat once the raid goes through. I'll see you guys next time this Thursday. Take care of yourselves, and I'll do the same. Alright.